What's going on? What's going on? Welcome. What's going on, everybody? What's going on? Is everybody locked in? Is everybody locked in? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Kojak, what up? Man, it don't it ain't a basement better. I even look, I had to turn the lights down a little bit for this one. I had to turn the lights down just a tad bit so I could lock in. I just had just a tad bit so I could lock in. That's all. Kazi, have I eaten yet? No. Listen. I get off of work, come here, and I get ready. Uh, but not much time in between. So no. But it's cool. It's all right. It's all right. Everybody, listen. Hold y'all questions till Friday, okay? All those questions that everybody keep asking about Friday. All right, we'll come back to that on Friday, okay? Stay in the moment. Stay here. We're on overdrive. Let's focus on overdrive. Let's focus on the conversation today. How's everybody? Everybody good? Drake Miller, what up? My Reed, how are you? Hey, PJ, you know I got my water, bro. Stop it. Stop it. You know I got my water. Don't even worry about it. The water. I'm running low though. I drank the average amount of bottles I drink for a stream like this is probably like 3 or 4. If I listen for my other stream, that's like 8, 9 bottles. But we good though. We good though. How are you guys doing? How's everybody today? I hope everybody's doing well. I'm feeling conflicted, but you always got to do your best. You know, uh what can I say? It's Wednesday, uh 6:29 on the West Coast. I know y'all all over the country. OG Do Dirty, what up? I know y'all all over the country, so I appreciate y'all being here with me. It's been a crazy last few days, right? Y'all been here with me, right? Y'all been here. It's been a crazy last couple days. Y'all was here. Well, for the ones that were here on the last stream. Last stream we talked about all kind of craziness. Logic came up. Um, Israel was on here. Shout out to Iz, even though he was tripping. Iz was tripping hard. All right. Hey, Arlise. Iz was tripping hard last stream. I'm not gonna lie. I was a little frustrated with Iz last stream, but we all human. So, but it's been crazy. It's been crazy. I caught a little bit of the stream at Cheeky Banner. You know, that's my bro. So most of the time I try to dial in, but I can't catch it all, right? But Angry Man went live. Shout out to the AM as well. So it's blessing. It's been a crazy jam-packed day. And now we're here. We're here on overdrive. And we're just here to have a conversation. That's always the goal. It's always the goal, the least. Listen, I love pushing the conversation. I love challenging people. I love making people think. I love listen, a lot of people don't like that pressure. They're like, man, just let it go. I can't let certain things go. I can't let certain things go. I gotta keep pressure on them. I got to. Because when you let things go, people act like it don't matter. And I'm not in that business. I gotta keep the pressure. This show, this one's gonna be a little bit more. This will be a tough conversation to have. I don't know if y'all saw the thumbnail. I don't know if you're familiar with the people that are on the thumbnail. I'm gonna guess that most of you guys are not. I'm gonna just be honest with you. Most of you guys are not going to be familiar with it. So I'm here to present it to you. You know, there's actually a story I want to tell you guys, but I actually can't get into it right now. Uh I have to get permission from a friend because it's not my story to tell, but I want to tell the story. Uh because it's tough. It's a tough story, and I'm gonna reach out to them and ask for their permission. Of course, I'll protect their identity and whatnot, but people that know me will have some understanding of who it is. So I have to reach out to them, but I do want to tell that story. And if I have to reconstruct it to tell it, I will, but I'd rather be as close to the ideal circumstance in which the story goes than not. But you know me, I'm gonna get the message across the best way that I can. Kazi says, "You as a kid, now as an adult." No, that's not me, Kazi. Uh, but I'll get into that in a moment. I appreciate y'all being here. Hey, Vanny, you got to say good evening, show some love to you. I appreciate you, Vanny Roo. Thank you for being here. I know you was putting up with a lot of craziness with me last stream. I appreciate you. Your energy is very much appreciated. It really, really is. I like being around women. Women bring a different energy. Those men, as y'all saw the other day, they crazy. Israel crazy. Logic ain't no controlling him. But those my people. Those my people. So we all work together in this. Hey, Cece. We all work together in this space, and we support each other. But listen, there are moments where people just out of their mind. And that was the other night that was one for him. It was one for him the other night, no doubt. But listen, the point of those conversations, hey Leslie, the point of those conversations is to you guys can see it. That's the best thing about doing things live is you see it and they can't hide it. You can't take it back. You got to stand on it, right? I'm very big with standing on things, right? Doesn't mean you should be. It doesn't mean you shouldn't. It doesn't mean you should be prideful. But at the same, like if you're wrong, acknowledge it, But at the same time, if you believe in something, that's your position, stand on it. But I want to prepare you guys. I couldn't find the video I was looking for. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. There was a specific video that I was looking for, and I was this is why we started a little late, because I watched it the other day and I said, oh, yeah, I need to talk about this. And then there's another video I saw maybe a couple weeks ago, and I have to locate it in order to tie everything in the way I want to tie it in. And that's not that easy. It's really, really difficult to do that sometimes. I'm gonna try to locate it throughout this stream if I can, but it's not an easy thing to do. But I'm definitely gonna try. I'm definitely gonna try to find things. Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. So we're gonna roll with the punches. We're gonna work with what we got, and then we're gonna have a conversation from there. Cool? That's what we're gonna do. Last stream, I was trying to focus on accountability and responsibility. And so that's important to me. I'll keep trying, but I can't make nobody do what's I just have to have the conversation to find out where we stand on things, right, wrong, indifferent, etc. We have to have the conversation. The logic said, "Oh, y'all blame black women for everything." That's what he said last stream. I thought that was a little excessive. We don't blame black women for everything. We don't blame black women for being good in sports. We don't blame black women for letting us watch sports and play video games. There are tons of things you don't blame black women for. It's just the truth. I just don't like when people say everything. I don't like when women say, "I gave you everything." I'm like, okay, most men want threesomes and foursomes. Did they get that? The answer is no. Stop saying everything. I know it's an emotional thing, but it just drives me crazy because y'all just say that. And I'm trying to get used to letting people just say anything, but it just doesn't work for me. And what Edge was talking about. No, the women can't have no responsibility. They're not built for all the responsibility. Well, you know me, uh, as Uncle Ben once said, with great power comes great responsibility. And last time I checked, women have the power to give birth. I made you. I'm your mother, et cetera, right? That's power, right? It's a lot of responsibility that should come with that. Now, Sherelle, that's my sis, but she be acting up. She was in the chat. Sherelle always talk about what the average black man make. What do the average black man make? That's her favorite line, right? And I don't know if she's shaming, but I think she's just trying to highlight that they don't make no money, right? I'm gonna just be honest with you. She's just trying to highlight that black men, the average black man, don't make money. That's just what she's trying to highlight, right? The other show, she said, we focus too much on we don't focus enough on middle class mothers. That's what she said. We don't focus enough on middle class mothers, and those children from middle class mothers don't have problems, or they aren't those problem makers, right? So that's what she said. I disagree with a lot, but that's what she said, right? So it leads me to this conversation. Right? Now, do any of y'all, and I'm asking, do any of y'all have any idea who those people are on the thumbnail of this video? If you guys know, just say yes, no, put a 1 in the chat if you do know, put a 2 in the chat if you have no clue. I'm just trying to get a gauge of where I need to lead the conversation. So if you guys know who those people are on the thumbnail, put a 1. If you guys have no clue, put a 2 in the chat. So that way I know where we're at. Okay. So I figure that most people don't know. Well, that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And that's cool, right? That means I'll present it. I'll tell you this. Let me see. That particular people on the front of my thumbnail, there is a well, argumentative. There's a family, I would say, that is depicted, and I don't know the woman's name, but I do know the male in the back that is depicted in the thumbnail. His name is Karan Blake. His name is Karan Blake. And for those of you who do not know who he is, I will be highlighting in this conversation. Um, so what I'll do is I'll read an article about you guys so you guys kind of have a clue of what it is, right? So let me see if I can get it up here. There we go. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna pull it up for you guys. So I'm gonna get y'all. I'm gonna pull y'all right in. We're gonna get. Well, before that, I do want to ask y'all a question though. I want to ask y'all a question real quick, right? Because I've been pondering this for a minute, and I need y'all insight, right? Some of you in here are parents, right? You have children. I don't know if some of your children have ever been to a daycare, right? But if you have had children and you've put them in a daycare, I don't care if it's for one day. Hell, I'd argue that school is a daycare, right? So in some form, that's daycare, right? Let me ask y'all a question, and then we'll jump right into it. And then we'll get into it. I have 3 grown sons. Well, well, Auntie Darius, we're gonna get to when your children was younger. We're gonna get to where your children was younger. They probably not gonna be in no daycare or probably they might be in school, but they ain't gonna need to be. It's not the same. Let's dial in to their adolescent when they were much younger, right? And I just want to ask y'all this question: if you leave your children at a daycare or at a school, and your child is, let's just use an arbitrary age like 8 to 9 years old, okay? Oh, Renee said, okay, I have daycare to open door policy. Yeah. Let's say you leave your children in a daycare or a school and they're 8 to 9 years old, right? And while you're at work or at home, wherever you are, your child is with the daycare or with the teacher, right? If your child comes up missing, do you think that the daycare or the teacher is responsible? I'm just interested in knowing where you guys' point of view. Do you think the daycare or the teacher where your child was, do you think they're responsible if your child comes up missing? Just put a 1 in the chat for a yes, put a 2 in the chat for a no. Okay, so you guys believe they have some responsibility. Okay, so this here is an article for people that are in the DC area and whatnot about a child named Karan Blake. Now, what you will find out, let's see if we can read a little bit, right? The mother of 13-year-old Karan Blake. I don't know. Can I make that a little bit bigger? I might can. I don't know. I don't know if you guys can see that well. Let me see. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit better. Yeah, okay, I like that better. Okay. I think you guys might can see that better. Okay, the mother of 13-year-old Karan Blake, who police say was shot and killed by a DC government employee, said her son was the man of the house and a help to her. London Blake says she's thankful police have charged the man who shot her son, but the details from the arrest warrant have left her heartbroken. He took my baby, my firstborn, and messed it up, but I got to live with that. But I really hope that I get justice for my child. I hope this man is convicted. Police say 41-year-old Jason Lewis opened fire with a legally registered gun after he heard noises and saw Quran and another young person appearing to break into cars. It happened at 4 a.m. January 7th on Quincy Street. I'm assuming that means New England, in a Brooklyn neighborhood. Despite the time of day, children are children, Blake said, and that's the mother, I'm guessing. Some of them grow up too fast, some of them do things they're not supposed to do, and some of us parents are not aware at all times. She thought Quran was at home in bed at the time. Jason Lewis, he had no right, and that's the guy that Jason Lewis is the guy that fired the fatal shots at Quran Blake, and the attorney said he had no right. Lewis is charged with second-degree murder and is being held without bond. He entered a not guilty plea in court Tuesday. His lawyer telling the judge Lewis acted in self-defense. Right. So it's Northeast. Okay, thank y'all for that, Northeast. Yeah, shout out to all those people. So Quran Blake is a 12 or 13-year-old that was fatally struck by bullets that was fired from a 41-year-old government employee. It is believed that he was potentially breaking into cars. That's the theory. We don't know if it's true or not, but that's the narrative that's put out there, right? He did not have a weapon. So I want to make that clear. That is pretty much almost 100% certain, according to research I've done, and also I've listened to the police that report from that particular area, and they say there was no weapon, and that the child was unarmed or whatnot. But the theory was this: the man heard a noise, saw a car speed off, he fired at the car, end up striking the kid because he fired towards him potentially as well. As more details get brought to light, we will know more information, but the kid did not have any weapon. The man said it was self-defense, right? I'm not sure what the laws are out there in DC about staying your ground, et cetera, et cetera. I do not know. The thing that I do know is this: there's a child, there's a mother, there's a man involved, there's family involved. There's a lot going on here, right? Now, I'm going to be honest with you. From what I understand, the 13-year-old was outside at 4 a.m. That's correct, PJ. The 13-year-old was outside at 4 a.m. It's plausible that he might have been breaking into a car. It's plausible. I don't know if he was. I don't know if he did, but it's plausible. I want to read this to you guys as well. Lewis attorney pointed out, and police acknowledged Quran was running in the direction of Lewis when Lewis fired, but surveillance video shows Lewis first fired at a getaway car that posed no threat before firing at 13-year-old. Quran did not have a weapon, according to court documents. His likely last words were, "I'm sorry, and I'm only 12, yelled numerous times. I'm sorry, I am only 12, yelled numerous times. Mother responded, "When I heard that, it broke me." She said, Quran come from a good home. He had 2 younger sisters and a younger brother. He was the man of the house, his mother said. That's who helped me. He took him from me, right? Rome, this story has nothing to do with a daycare, Rome. Has nothing to do with the daycare. The daycare question was for my understanding. This is a child that was out 4 a.m. somewhere, Washington D.C. or etc., somewhere northeast of an area, possibly breaking into a car, possibly not. We don't know. We do know he lost his life. We do know he lost his life. Um, I'll tell you this. Out where I'm from, they break in a lot of cars. That and listen, I'm sure that may be consistent where y'all are as well. We call it bipping out here. That's what we call it. We call it bipping, right? You get your car bipped. We know what that mean out here. We call it bipping out here in the Bay, right? Y'all may call it something similar, but we call it bipping out here, right? A lot of cars get broken into. It's a lot of bipping going on. Especially if you got a laptop that's visible. Mm, your whip gonna get bipped. That's what we call it out here. So, but this is an unfortunate situation. Extremely unfortunate. The reason why it's a little more difficult is because it's a child, right? It's a child. In Texas, we call it asking for it, no doubt. Stay away from Texas. I don't have no car, so they can't bit my car. I ain't even tripping. But at the same time, it frustrates me because it's a lot of life been lost here, a lot at stake. The man that fired at him, who knows why he felt the need to. They said he fired at a vehicle first, and the kid was running towards him. I don't know if the kid was screaming, "Hey, I'm a kid! Hey, I'm a kid! Don't fire!" Like, why run towards him instead of die? I don't know. I can tell you this: I remember being really young. I'm an old man now. Y'all probably could see the grays growing in, but I remember being really young. No matter how aware I was, I still had the mind of a child. I might have been I might have been more aware than most children my age. I might have been in a lot of ways a little ahead of people my age, but my mind still operated as a child. I could not fathom the impact of a lot of the things I did because I was a child. There's just some things you can't fathom, right? Uh, you know, one of the people that I really, really like is Charleston White. Now, you guys may like him, you might be indifferent to him, you may dislike him, but I'm extremely fond of Charleston White. Both the character and the person in the activities in which he does in real life. One of the things he does is he's an advocate for youth. He's an advocate for youth. He fought particularly in a lot of areas in his place to make sure a child who's charged with murder or anything does not face life in prison. He fought for that. That's his story. I think it's important we advocate for children. It's one of the things that drives these conversations for me. I know a lot of older people, y'all lost cause. Sometimes you are. But there's one thing universally that we understand. We fight for the children. That's the universal thing we all understand. We fight for children. Why? Because we understand that they need our help probably more than anybody else, right? He fights for at-risk youth. I'll be specifically. At-risk youth is who he fights for. Now, when Sherelle says, why don't we focus on middle-class mothers and things like this and whatnot, The reason why we don't focus on what you call middle class mothers, and I'm going to have an argument about that in a second, is the same reason we don't just talk about rich people. We could not never talk about poor people ever again. We could just talk about rich people. We got enough of them. We could just focus on rich people. But the thing is, we don't do that. The same reason most of the programs that exist are not for middle class people. The same reason why if I dress how I'm dressed now, stood outside with a sign that says, do you have any change to spare? You would look at me, more clean cut, clothes, probably not dirty. And you might not want to put $1 in my jar, but the same way you look at somebody else, maybe they clothes a little dirty. Maybe you see them sleeping on the ground. They have a sign and they may have, a jar or something, and you feel the desire to put something in that jar. I call that humanity. But what it really is we have a weakness for people that are at risk, people that are less fortunate, right? We have a risk. Like when you see somebody less fortunate, you feel a certain way. You feel a certain way, like, man, I want to help. You don't want to help nobody that's really like, nobody wants to lower taxes on rich people. I preferably would like to do that, but it's because I know the value that they bring to society. Nobody's going to be like, yeah, let's lower the taxes on the rich. Nobody's really going to do that. And I'm not mad if you don't. I'm just saying I understand why you say, hey, let's not pick on the poor people. Like, come on, they need help more than anybody. I understand why your mind thinks that way. So when it comes to youth that are at risk, this is where we get to these conversations, right? Now, I know you guys are wondering, where is this conversation going? Why are we talking about this kid? Why are we talking about Karan Blake? Why? One, he needs to be talked about since a lot of you are unfamiliar with him. But the reason why I want to talk about him is because he lost his life. And it frustrates me, right? And I'm going to tell you why it frustrates me. Because I read up on it. I said, wow, this is interesting. And all these conversations going back and forth, people get mad at me, right? Give me one sec. So people get mad at me, right? Because I'm very, very tough on single mothers, right? I say single mothers are like the devil, right? And people get frustrated. Why do you say that? Why do you say that? One, because I'm a listener. They tell me they hate that job. I don't want to do this alone. They tell me that they hate it. Like, honestly, they tell me that they hate that job. I'm just listening to them. I'm listening to them, and I'm like, dang, you hate this job. Why should we have to do it? So I listen to them. I go, okay. And then what I experience in life by being in a very, very observant person, right? Any environment I go into, I don't just go into like la 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 la. I'm looking down the street. I'm looking for exits. I'm looking for danger. I'm looking for who's around me, right? I'm always like, what's going on? And when I see children in the targets, I know but I could just see how irritated those mothers are. I just see it. I'm like, yikes. Dang. Like I see it and I'm like, yeah. And then I talk to them. You think I wanted to be a single mom? You think I wanted to do this by myself? I hear it in their voice. I'm like, yikes. So they tell me that they hate this stuff. In my experience, when women don't like something, why should I celebrate it? And then I'm seeing the impact, right? There was a clip that I wanted to play, but I didn't have enough time. I don't want to make y'all wait. And I've been working all day, so I've been doing work. I don't have time. Like literally, I put these shows together. It's just my mind, just how I go from there. So it is what it is. But it was a clip. It was by I don't know if it was just Pearly Things staff, but it was a conversation going on. There was a man on there who was talking, and he said, and he was just breaking down the stats, right? Single mother household produced gang members, single mother household produced this, that, 75% this, that. And the lady screamed out and said, "You can't blame that on the women." Now, the reason why I ask y'all these questions, right, is because, in my opinion, if you think you can blame the teacher or you can blame the after school or the daycare, how in the hell you not blame a mother that got custody of their child? That they got 100% custody of their child. Let's just say the dad passed away. Well, you can't even blame dad passed away. You can't blame him no more. We had to remove him. Can't blame him. Sorry, dad is gone for whatever reason. Can't blame him. Still, no, you can't blame women. Okay, no, I believe in responsibility. I do. I really, really do. And I'm just like, no. And then talking to Iz, no, you can't blame women. They ain't supposed to be responsible. Whoa. Whoa. That's deep, bro. I can't get with that. You know why I can't get with that? Because they in charge of the children. They're in charge of children that look like me. They're in charge of children that look like me. They're in charge of children that look like me. So sorry if it frustrates me knowing that there's a bunch of mothers that look at their children as burdens. And these children are suffering. Suffering. And then I got my girl Sherelle talking about, well, those are just the ones that ain't got not the middle class mothers. Well, let me do you a favor, Sherelle. Let me do you a favor, right? Because this is where it's gonna go off the rails when you make those statements, right? What's middle class? What's middle class mothers? Because last time I checked, let me just do a comparison. You said, what does the average black man make? They broke. Y'all be in this chat all the time talking about the average black male. I consider myself the average black male, whether y'all do or not. That's your opinion. But all I ever hear is the average black male is broke. That's what I hear. Y'all ain't got enough money. Y'all broke. Okay. Now, don't get mad at me. But if I'm not mistaken, the average black male still makes more than the average black woman. So if the average black male is broke, that would mean the average black mother and the average black female is broke too. So it's fair to say that these children are suffering. Because if these men are broke and they make more money than the women, then these women are broke with children. So what middle class you talking about? Because the middle class number you talking about, what is you talking about? Don't make no sense. They broke. According to y'all, middle class is broke. And I'm not, y'all can debate whatever y'all want, but I'm just using pure logic. So I don't know what middle class Sherelle be talking about. Love her. That's my sis. But she delusional. We can't talk about them. Does not make sense to do that because if the men are broke, the women are broke, and those children are with them. So I have concern for that. Whether Israel wants to attribute responsibility to them or not, that's on him. I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm absolutely gonna do it, especially if y'all know in Spider-Man, Uncle Ben has this great saying, with great responsibility, with great power comes great responsibility, right? With great power comes great responsibility. Wouldn't y'all agree? Wouldn't y'all agree with great power comes great responsibility? I think y'all would agree with that, right? I think y'all would agree with that, right? So let me see if I can enlarge this. I'm going to highlight this particular lyric. Now, it says here, it's a Tupac lyric, by the way. It says, we'll have a race of babies that hate the ladies that make the babies. And since a man can't make one, he has no right to tell a woman when and where to create one. That's a Tupac lyric, right? Man can't tell a woman nothing. We don't make them. We'll have a race. Think about that. We'll have a race of babies. Notice, a race of babies. See, when y'all heard those lyrics, y'all interpreted it as the men would grow up to hate the ladies. But what y'all didn't understand is he said a race. He didn't say just the men. Women hate those ladies. Women hate being mothers. I know y'all don't want to admit to it, but women hate being mothers. That's where we going. It ain't, oh, that's just the men they hate. No, women hate being mothers. They actually dislike their mothers' lives. They actually dislike their mothers' lives. Let's just be honest. If y'all daddy was broke and y'all mom was with y'all daddy, y'all don't want to be like y'all mom then. I'm just being honest. If your daddy was broke, your mom was with your daddy, then you don't want to be like your mom. So therefore, you're not looking forward to being a mother. Just saying, y'all don't want to do it alone. So all these things is compounded, right? But this is the hardest part about, see, this conversation. The hardest part about this conversation is this. That young man lost his life. Now, some of y'all like gonna say something crazy, which is this. Why was he out at 4 a.m.? Was he breaking into cars? In y'all mind, y'all thinking he out at 4 a.m. He probably was breaking into cars. Let's just be honest, right? But we don't know. Y'all gonna assume what y'all gonna assume. I'm not mad at that. Not mad at that at all. But the reason why this particular story caught my eye, I'm about to tell you. I'm actually gonna give you the exact reasons why it caught my eye. But real quick, shout out to my guy B.O.B. I appreciate you, fam. Yeah, we about to get real. We about to get real. Yeah, real people. Listen, you know they don't like me that much. They don't like me because I don't let up. They don't like me because I don't let up, but I'm not gonna. See, I'm afraid having these conversations that those children, those boys specifically, y'all don't view them as boys anymore. Y'all don't view them as boys anymore, to the point where y'all like, well, he was out at 4 a.m. So no, he's a child. Last time I was in this chat, we talked about a young girl. Y'all said, no, we can't blame, she's a child. We can't blame women never. That's what y'all said. I said, I want that same energy for these young boys, these at-risk young boys, they children. I want that same energy. If he out at 4 a.m., I don't want to hear. And if there was a woman, a young girl out at 4 a.m., y'all would be like, I don't care what time it is. She's a young. So I want that same energy. I don't want to hear nothing. He was breaking into a car. Nope, don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear your child. Your child. Now I know y'all only care about women. I know y'all don't care about the young boys, but I do. I know y'all mainly care about the young women. They're the ones that are the most protected, especially when the young boys, oh, they in gangs, this, and that. And we tell y'all, well, the reason that they're in gangs is primarily because they're raised by single mothers. When we tell y'all that, y'all irritated. Well, where the father goes? No. No, you're the mother. You're the mother. Last time I checked it, listen, just happened in my family. Look, I'll be looking over at my cousin like, you getting beat down. Like, ooh. Now I was a good kid. That's what my mom told me. So I ain't really getting that much trouble. I was a good kid. That's what my mom said. So I can't recall a lot of stuff from my childhood, to be honest with you, is a lot of stuff is not like I can't recall, but my mom said I was a good kid. So I saw it. I saw my cousins, I saw my aunties and all them, and I saw how it happened. And you know what? What jumps to my mind? See, I did a video. Y'all was there. Your mama black. Then I did narcissistic. I did a bunch of videos. In those conversations, a commonly thing that women like to use is I gave birth to you and you're my child. And you know the crazy thing, that's just not a statement for just the boys. They tell that to the daughters too. You my child. They go off on the daughters. Oh, yes. This is why they daughters get the hell up out the home. This is why the daughters be so quick to be, listen, y'all don't know this game, but we know they get knocked up quick so they can get their own apartment. Your child might be the victim. She probably don't really like him like that. But hey, if I get this child, I jump to the front of the list. I get my own spot. I ain't got to take what I got to deal with in this own house with my mom. I ain't got to raise her children no more. Yeah, the daughters go through it too. But the ones that are at risk the most look like me. The ones that are at risk the most look like me. So we're going to keep pushing. We're going to keep fighting. But this is what got my mind going crazy, right? Because I don't want this young child for y'all to say anything bad about him. Oh, this he could have been. I don't care. I don't want to hear nothing. And the reason why I don't want to hear nothing is because he's gone. I don't want to hear, well, you know, you got to be these kids. I don't want to hear nothing. He's gone. The same way a guy in your neighborhood. I was talking to Omar. Y'all know, oh, that's my guy. We was talking one time. And he was like, bro, it'd be some real gangsters in these streets, bro. And they die. And when you go to the funeral, they be talking about these gangsters like they was just the second coming of Jesus. Oh, he was a good kid. He was a good man. And he gave back to his community. All, look, berating them with praise, knowing damn well how they was in these streets. So if you going to praise them in death, you definitely not going to, no. No, we're not gonna say nothing about no break-in of no cars by a 12 year, 13-year-old. No. I'm not interested in hearing it. Nope. Especially if he was unarmed. That makes it worse. Makes it worse. But I'm gonna play the video for y'all. This is the video that caught my eye and that made me want to have this conversation, right? This is the video. I'm gonna play it for y'all. Give me one moment. I'm gonna cue it up so you guys understand. So you guys get a real understanding of let me do this here. Because I want you guys to take this walk with me in real time. So y'all can hear what I hear. So y'all can understand and feel where I'm coming from. So this makes sense to y'all. So y'all don't just assume, oh, why is this that? I want you to hear it. And a lot of ladies, it's difficult for y'all. But if y'all have a son, he's probably going to say similar things. He's probably going to tell you the same thing. But it's hard for those sons to talk to their moms. Look, mom, listen, mama, if your son still call you mama, he has just you mama. He can't really be mean. He can't really be him. He call you mama. He don't call you mom. He say mama. Y'all might not notice that slight distinction, but when you see man running mama and somebody like, hey mom, there's a reason for that distinction. It's a little deep. We're not going to necessarily get to it right now, but there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. But I'm going to share with y'all the video that pushed me towards this conversation. That there, if you guys can see, is the mother of Karan Blake. I'm not sure of the people surrounding her, but the focal point is the mother of Karan Blake. And this is a tough time. This is a tough time. But I want you to hear from the mother, so you don't just hear from me. I want you to hear from the mother. And if you're late to the stream, well, before we play the video, if you're late to the stream, I'll give you real quickly. Karan Blake is a child that was fatally struck by a bullet and is no longer here with us. This is a conversation about him, his family, the situation, and this is how we got here. This is how I got here. I read the article. It messed me up. Articles are not always the most detailed, depending on the sources, and I read a bunch of them. But I'm not going to sit there and berate you guys with article after article. Look, that's Cheeky Banner's job. But I want you to hear the words of the mother. I want you to hear it in her voice. So y'all ain't got to hear it from me. I am just speaking for the people. Look, I'm speaking for the young boys that can't speak because they love mama. They love mama. So they can't speak.
Everybody is like, what is he doing out at 4 a.m.? Like, would y'all feel better if it was at 4 p.m.?
Breaking her silence for the first time, Karan Blake's mother in Northeast D.C. Fox 5, Stephanie Ramirez joining us live with the latest. Steph.
Now, real quick, I do agree with her on that. Doesn't matter if it was 1 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 a.m., etc. She's right. People are complaining about he was out at 4 a.m. Would you feel better if it was 4 p.m.? She's absolutely right. That's the complex part. Like, why are people even saying those things? This is how far removed we are from caring about the boys. If this was a violation, if this was like some crazy things and it happened to a young woman, y'all wouldn't be like, why was she out at 4? Y'all would say, I don't care what happened. So the mother is right about that. Even though every inch in our soul is saying, no, it got to be fair, got to be fair. No, it's a child. It's a child. Me personally, I don't want to hear nothing. Oh, yeah, your child was all that for me. I'm not, that conversation ain't about to go well. I don't care if the child was curious about life and snuck out at 4 a.m. because a friend texted him. I don't want to hear it. Me and you, that conversation is probably not going to end well. No, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong at all. Not wrong at all. The mother is right. Would you feel better if it was a different time? No, it wouldn't change anything. Now, like I said, it's a child, remember? It's a child. But how y'all feel about children, because it's a young boy, y'all not going to give the same heartfelt feeling that y'all have. Because if it was a girl and she dressed a certain way, was out there for, the conversation wouldn't be, we got people going to jail 30 years later. But I'm not going to push it. Not going to push it. Now, I understand it's 4 p.m. and 4 a.m. is different because the lights may be out. It might be dark. I understand that context. But listen, a kid is a kid. Some of you might not feel like a kid is a kid, though. I know. Listen, I know it matters. I know it matters to y'all, right? Why does it matter to y'all so much? Why? Because you think if it wasn't 4 a.m., it wouldn't have happened? You think it can't happen at 4 p.m.? Of course not, right? Because y'all mind goes to I have to make it make sense. I have to make it make sense. I know it's wrong, but let me put some logic to it and some practicality to it. Ain't my son, ain't my nephew. So let's get practical. No, you can't be out at 13. You can't be out 12, 13-year-old can't be out at 4 a.m. You're right. Yeah. Okay. Now, I don't give a damn. People listen, you do what you want with your life, but I am not going to make the argument that because 4 a.m. it's okay. Because if you're not saying it's okay, then regardless of what you're saying is pointless. If your statement is, well, it's 4 a.m., it's okay, then the point to point out the distinction is moot. Unless you're saying it makes it more okay or make it less okay. Unless you're taking a position on one side or the other, like it's 4 a.m., so I can kind of understand, I kind of not as mad. If that's your position, then say that. You can put it right in the chat so we can document it, so you can stand on it. It's 4 a.m., so I'm not as mad as I would have been if it was 4 p.m., 1 p.m. If that's your position, put it in the chat. Since y'all keep saying it does matter, put it in the chat. It's 4 a.m., so I do not feel as bad, or I don't think it's as wrong as if it would have been 4 p.m. or 3 p.m. Put it in the chat. Oh yeah, there we go. We got first highlighters. If a kid doesn't stay in a kid's place, I'm sorry, but it's hard to feel sorry for them and excuse bad behavior. Of course. Right? Because that child can consent, right? Isn't that right, CC? You believe that child can consent, right? You believe that child can consent because you said not stay in a child's place. So I'm guessing you believe that a 12-year-old can consent, right? Because that's what I'm taking from the context that you're giving us. That child can consent. Hey, look, you ain't staying in a child's place. You can consent. You should be held with the veracity of an adult since you didn't stay in a child's place, because you should know to stay in a child's place because you think like a child, and children know how to stay in a child's place. Fair enough. That's your position. So I'll reiterate for people that were late to the stream. 4 a.m. This child is out there. Who knows why? It's up to you to decide if it matters to you or not. Possibly breaking into a car, possibly not. The video footage shows a man, 41-year-old government employee, opening fire on a possible vehicle that was a getaway car, possibly, but that's speculation. We don't know. And then at the same breath, the video shows the young child, I guess, running towards him, screaming, "I'm a kid, I'm a kid." It is what it is. See, often I just you allow yourself to expose your mindset and how you think about things. I'm curating the conversation, so I may not actually feel as strongly about a position, but I might say something so I can pull out your true feelings about a position. That's the interesting thing. No, Leslie, kids not allowed to sneak out. But this is the thing with these conversations. If it's not your child, let's be honest. Y'all think y'all ready to bury y'all child. Y'all think, oh no, Aaron, you look here, bro. I mean, if it was my child and my child was out at 4 a.m., bro, I know it'd be hard, but you know, okay. But like I said, no weapon was found, yada yada, all this stuff. But listen, now check this out. Notice. Oh yeah, yes, that's exactly. You can call it manipulative if you want. I don't care. Yeah, I manipulate people all the time. You can take manipulation as a negative connotation. I don't. People manipulate all the time. They smile at you. That's manipulation. But I'm gonna get to the video because this is what brought me to this conversation.
And first, just want to go out and look at the layout of the land here now that we have court information released in this case. D.C. police telling us that the longtime D.C. government employee arrested and charged with killing 13 that they found. But we look at a part court did. Now today, with Blake, the mother speaking out, saying that she thought her son was at home, that parents can't always watch what their kids are doing, and sometimes kids have to grow up a little bit faster than others. We did ask London Blake about previous interaction that we're
now, maybe can y'all hear that? No, JB, I'm not tripping. I'm not saying it's not unwise. I'm not saying it's wise at all. But did y'all hear what she said? She said she thought he was at home. You can't watch your kids all the time, and kids grow up fast. Notice what the reporter said. So let's go back. Let's dive back a little bit. I'm gonna just watch what the question that the reporter asks. I want y'all to highlight. Let me see if y'all notice what the reporter said.
can't always watch what their kids are doing, and sometimes kids have to grow up a little bit faster than others. We did ask London Blake about previous interaction that we're told Karan had with the court system, and if she has any message she'd like to share with others.
We did ask about Karan's, if he had previous interactions with the courts and things like that, and if she'd like to share on that. They did ask that question. Why? Why? Why ask that question? Why? Why? We know why. Because to them, that child is an adult. That's how they view him. And listening to this chat, no matter all the conversation that I listen to y'all have, y'all view him as an adult to a certain degree as well. Y'all holding him to a standard of an adult. Oh yeah, look, adults shouldn't even be out at the time. Why say that? Why say an adult shouldn't even be about at a time unless you're comparing a child to an adult, which is common. But these are just questions so you guys can let out what y'all truly feel. Because like I said, what's the point of calling them a child if you're going to hold them to a standard of an adult? There's a lot of callous people in here, heartless. But am I shocked by that? Not at all. Not at all. I don't see the need to ask her mother. I don't see the need to ask his mother. Oh, yeah, fantastic. Let it out. Let it out. Let it out. Yep. Let out your feelings towards children. Are children, so you don't really even look at children as innocent, right? Right, Mr. Fantastic? They're not innocent to you. You have to out the fear in your kid's heart. It's a tough one. Yeah, I know. Yeah, these kids will. Yep. Of course, very strong positions. Don't even see him as a kid. You see him. This is good. This is real good. Look, oh, y'all feel these strong positions. Mm-hmm. Oh, don't worry. I'm not asleep. I'm just having this conversation. Interesting enough.
Her children. And this was some of the emotional response she gave in her answer.
We're not going to be there every single time or at every single, like anything, at every single moment, you know? And my son, he was a young man. I count on him. You hear me? He helped me in my household. I don't live with a man. I live with me and my 4 children. He was the man of the house.
That's the heart-wrenching part for me. Actually, JB, you have no idea how I'd like to articulate my positions. See, the point of it is this. Is he a child or is he a man? Was he breaking into cars because he was stealing stuff since he was the man in the house, since he might have been helping mom pay bills? Is that a possibility? Now, see, some of y'all grew up in nice homes. Y'all didn't grow up around children, 4 kids, because she might have had 4 or 5 kids. We don't know. But we know that 12 or 13-year-old was the man of the house. He took care of her. He did that, right? So we don't know if he was breaking into cars, trying to get some money for the house. We don't know. But we do know for that mom to view him, here, you know what, as the man of the house, what would he have to do? You think she started viewing him as the man of the house at 13 years old? See, some of y'all saying he's a teen. You think he wasn't the man of the house at 12 or 11? The point of it is, she don't even see him. She's conflicted that he took my child, took my baby. He's the man of the house. Now, I know when I was 12, 11, 12, 13, I ain't really had no skills like that. I wasn't thinking about working a job. I wasn't thinking, I'm like, man, what kind of job could I work to help out mom? Like, my mind wouldn't work like that. And as you can hear and see the way she's, I don't know, she looked like she dressing nice, Gucci glasses. I don't know. It just made me think. It makes me know that y'all don't view him as a child. The women might though, but the men in here are having they're like, the logic side of me say he shouldn't have done that. He's a child, bro. Do you see in listening to his mom, see how much at risk he was? Y'all think he could make these logical decisions? I shouldn't be out at 4. Could you only imagine what type of environment he's in if he's out at 4 a.m., if he's the man of the house? And y'all sitting here trying to debate, he know better to be out at 4 a.m. Now listen, y'all can think whatever y'all want, and maybe y'all was the man of the house at 13 years old. I hope y'all wasn't, but maybe y'all was. But that's scary. You know why that's scary? Because it's a lot of people right now. It's a lot of people right now in this chat know that he ain't the only one that got to go through that. Oh, it's a lot of people in this chat know right now when they heard her say that, they think that's common talk. They think that's common talk. They're like, oh, that's normal. Like, yeah, that's exactly what happens to those children. Even though she see him as the man of the house, she see him as the man. Ain't no man in my house. He's the man. Why ain't no man in the house? Why? Why? Why is there no man in the house? I'm just wondering why. See, here we go. Brittany Bell, thank you. Aaron, he still knew it was wrong. Two things can be true. So you also believe that children can consent. Brittany Bell, make sure you stand on that. You believe children can consent. You can't in one breath, oh yeah, children, they can't consent, that they don't have the ability, but then also say, well, no, they know what's wrong. Children don't always know what's wrong. I know y'all want to believe that all the time. They don't. Children are actually children sometimes, and they can have a real distorted world. They can have a real messed up life, and they think this is normal. I know y'all don't care, but there are some people that go through things that think things are normal when it's not. So I know y'all perfectly fine with presuming he knew it was wrong. I'm going to just tell you this. OGs in my hood, they was like 24, messing with the 12, 13-year-olds. Did I know that was wrong at the time? No, I was young as them. I ain't know. It's damn near normal at this point. I'm like, oh, yeah. Now, at the end of the day, it's cool. Oh, so you gonna take the law? You gonna take the lawful way out? Consent to a crime? The law doesn't care what I think, bro. The law says they can't consent, so they can't. Simple. Okay. They also have a lot of I know y'all don't think he a kid. I know y'all don't. But I'm gonna just tell y'all this. Some of y'all, I don't know where y'all grew up at, but a lot of people, like I said, a lot of kids think certain things are normal, and they don't know it's not normal. They don't know. And I know y'all smarter than all these kids, and y'all was smarter than everybody else. That's you. Everybody not you. Everybody's not you. So I'm sorry to say, it's a possibility that sometimes these kids live in a distorted world, especially when they think they the man, especially when they think they got to provide. Probably not even old enough. What's the youngest you can be to get a job? I don't know. But once again, we don't know if he was breaking into a car. But I'm sure you're willing to take that because y'all eat out at 4 a.m. Let's just do 1 + 1 is 2. Cool. We ain't gonna presume that he wasn't, because we have to assume that he was. Okay, cool. Y'all, I know y'all good with that. I know y'all good with that. And I'm not here to change your mind. I just want you to see your mind think. But I'm gonna tell you again. A lot of those kids live in distorted worlds. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. Boy, I tell y'all something else. Y'all something else. But I understand. We all grow up the same. Everybody's mind is as sharp as yours. I mean, he's not a kid anyway to y'all. So what does it really matter? Y'all don't see him as a kid. Y'all don't.
That's who helped me. And he took him from me.
Attorney Brian McDaniel says most of the focus has been on what Karan was doing, arguing that the focus should be on what the adult did in this situation.
Now, that is interesting, right? A lot of the focus is on what the kid was doing at 4 a.m., right? A lot of the focus is what the kid was doing at 4 a.m. All right, JB, let's play. Question. Let us play, Mr. JB. Let us play. If I break the law I didn't know exists, should I still be held responsible for it? I don't know, JB. How old are you? Are you telling me at this age? Do you telling me you charge children with the same thing you charge an adult with? Do you think children have the same capacity that adults have the same capacity? Do you remember when you were 12? Now, you probably was a super genius at that age, right? You probably saw kids around you that probably were not at that level. Some were up here, some were down there, some were at different levels. We're making a lot of presumptions, right? The one that I would love for people to have is to presume that he's a 12 or 13-year-old child. That's the presumption I would prefer. However, these men who don't care about other men in general, I cannot think that y'all going to assume and have an expectation to look at him as if he was a young girl. Because if it was a young girl, well, that's for another story. But the answer to your question is, should I still be held responsible? Sure. Sure, if the law says that you should be held responsible, you should be. However, I could still argue that you didn't know any better. I could still argue that. Regardless if the law says you should go to jail for it, has nothing to do with if I think that you already knew better or not. Those are two different things. I don't disagree with you. The practicality in me says, look, this happened, this, that. I know. But I'm trying to show you just how distorted we are. This is where we will go with these conversations in order to prove a point when we know a child is supposed to be a child. But the men are going to be the men, and I expect y'all to be the loudest. I expect y'all to be the loudest. The girls are going to be a little bit more compassionate. But I know the men, because y'all don't even care about other men. Y'all like, yo, man, get up off the streets. Y'all shouldn't be homeless. But if it was a woman, y'all look differently. So why would I think that I can't extrapolate that and say, if you look at a woman as helpless, as opposed to a grown man, why wouldn't I assume that you wouldn't look at a boy and a young girl and say she's more helpless than a young boy is? Why wouldn't I assume your minds don't work like that? It's fair for me to assume that. And I get it. I get how ruthless men are. I have to battle my mind with this because I want to logically look at it. I'm like, man, logic. But when I really think about it and I say, man, if it was somebody at risk, damn, this is tough. And then I hear what the mom said. I'm like, yo, I can only imagine the world he growing up in. I'm not thinking he's thinking, I need to get straight A's in school. I'm not thinking he's thinking, I need to get straight A's in school so I could become a doctor and help my mom out. He might not even know what the hell. Listen, but that's just me. I'm not mad at y'all for thinking how y'all think. I know how our minds think. I'm asking you to challenge yourself, to go challenge my bias. Am I really looking at this kid as like, yo, this ain't really, like, I know he a kid, but my mind is telling me he should know better. Challenge that. Just challenge it. Just think. It's a possibility this child live in a distorted world. It's a possibility if that's his mom. And she's saying that. And y'all smart enough to go 13, she's saying that. It's reasonable she said it at 12 and 11. So God, it's probably reasonable she said it at 10. So at what age do I have to go all the way back for y'all to go, we probably don't really know. And he probably was curious. I was out in the streets. Yeah, we was out in the streets all night. Like Meek Mill said, Meek Mill is my favorite rapper. And I don't care if you like him or not. He said we was in the streets all night like we ain't had nowhere to live. We was in the streets all night. I know, and I'm relatively a little ahead of just most people in general. I know I ain't know no better. I'm like, looking back at this stuff, I look back at stuff 5 years ago and go, what the hell was going through my mind? The hell was I thinking? So it's reasonable for me to go, damn, it's possible. I might be a little smarter than this kid. My brain might be a little bit more developed than his at that age, and I might be a little ahead of him. So if I dial back and not compare how my mind works, and I say, let's compare how his mind works, it's a possibility he ain't really thinking like how I be thinking. He ain't receiving the world how I receive the world. But I know y'all, it's difficult for you to fight your own mind. It's difficult for you to fight your own bias. It's difficult for you to think, maybe he ain't really know no better, because you don't want to believe that. You don't want to believe that this child, because he's still a child, even though y'all don't think that because he was out at 4 a.m. If you're out at 4 a.m., you must not be a child no more. Cool. I get it. But I'm just telling you now, I'm looking back 5 years ago struggling. Like, what the hell was I thinking 5 years ago? What was I thinking 5 years ago? And I struggle with that. So, JB wants to die on this hill today, huh? I don't care about gender. I disagree with you, JB. I think gender does play to your bias. And I'm being respectful. You know, you're my bro, but gender it plays to your bias. We have them. Now, I do think you're willing to challenge your bias, but I know you have it. It says, if a woman is walking the streets in booty shorts at 3 a.m. and she gets a, you'd say lock the criminal, but also why in the hell was she out there? So you're going to put some culpability on a 9-year-old? This is serious. Like, you really want to die on this hill. So basically what you're saying is, if she got some messed up parents that made her wear something that she ain't even really choose to wear, right? You telling me if she outside for whatever reason at 3 a.m., well, it's wrong, but I don't know, buddy. Me and you might disagree on this. But the thing is, she gets to keep her life. See, in this scenario, she get to keep her life. See, if that probably was a bunch of girls breaking into a car, this probably wouldn't happen to them. You don't read their stories about them. Women break into cars too. Young kids, etc. They break into cars too. I've seen it. But I'm sorry, you're going to have to really challenge your bias on this, brother. A lot of these girls wear stuff, and you may assume that they truly know the impact of what they're wearing is going to have, but a lot of times they don't. A lot of times they don't think about it as in depth. Like, you didn't have conversations like, you don't think. The answer is no. Now, I'm not saying all, but I'm saying it's reasonable. Listening to this mother to say, yo, let me put myself in these shoes. Okay, 4 kids. She telling me I'm the man of the house. She's literally saying he took care of me. He basically led me. What the hell you think he dealing with? What you think he dealing with? You probably think he going to school doing 2 + 2 and 2 × 2, all this. Bro, I don't know. But I would argue that I would want to believe he's a child still. I want to believe that. Even if you try to force him not to be, he's still a child. We could force somebody to, damn, you doing all these things at 13? Damn, you growing up fast, still a child. Even if we think they smarter than, still a child. See, you just don't look at him as a child. You really believe that you can say he shouldn't have been out there for him. He should know better. And an adult that know better, you got them with the same, you're excoriating them the same, you holding them to the same level. What's the level you hold? What's the level you hold the child to? 50% of what you hold an adult to? 20%? I get it. I get it, bro. You have to make it make sense to your practical mind. Still a child, bro. And no matter how you're going to try to craft this conversation, this argument that you have, still a child. So what level are you going to hold a child to? Like, what level is this? Now, here's the crazy thing. Because I know y'all biased, you got my guy Fantastic talk about, well, you know, kids can kill too. Bro, he didn't kill nobody in this situation, but your mind goes to he has the ability to, so watch him. That's how biased you are. You automatically go to what's the possibility something could happen. Duh. So, bro's a child. But your bias says, hey, children could do this too. So, like I said, you have a bias. You're not willing to acknowledge that it exists. And if you have a bias, how do you challenge it and go, I am having a difficult time seeing them as a kid because I think children are dangerous too. If it's just that simple, why do we warn children about interacting with strangers? I don't understand what that means. We warn children to our best of our abilities of interacting with strangers because we don't trust people that we don't know. But at the same time, they still might interact with a stranger. You're gonna say, you know what you're gonna say? I told you not to interact with that stranger. You're gonna say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. But you know what you're gonna be like, you a grown child, you should know better. See, I know, listen, CJB, see the type of parents you grow up with, I get it. The accountability that weighs on your mind, you have to find a way to make accountability exist in this child because you grew up a certain way. Very strict parents, all I get it. But a child could still mess up and go, I was tripping. I ain't really know better. You gonna be like, no, you knew better just because you wanted to be true to make you feel better. Child is a child, bro. And they all at different levels. As much as we want to believe it. So I get you and I understand. I'm not saying what you're saying is not practical. I'm not challenge. I don't want to challenge logic because I know what my logic makes me think. I know what my logic makes me think. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It's a possibility with my logic. I'm looking at the world wrong. And I'm looking at this child that if I was their age, I would have knew better, forcing that mindset that they should know better. You know not to be out at no dang 4 a.m. I don't know, Mom. I got text from my home and they said they was outside. We was chilling. I didn't know plenty of times. A lot of stuff didn't happen. I might have been influenced by a homie and I did it. I can't really give a reason why I did it. Even though I'm like, Mom's problems. Man, Mom's be tripping, man. We having fun. You don't understand the severity or the gravity of your decisions as a child. No matter how you keep trying to put it, you don't. Now, if you want him to be an adult like his mom, say he the man of the house, cool. That's for you. But I am trying to bring the humanity to a child that should exist for a young Black child that does not exist. We don't look at young Black children as children. We don't. And y'all, and a lot of y'all proving it right now. He didn't even have a weapon. And we still said he could have had a weapon. Like, oh, man.
In surveillance video shared with Fox 5, it's hard to make out, but according to court documents, the movement seen in front of 1033 Quincy is said to be 41-year-old Lewis here, Jason Lewis, the longtime D.C. Parks Department employee, going just beyond the front gate area of his home. Then you see a flash in the video. Again, hard to make out, but what you can't miss is one person running away. What police say is the getaway vehicle leaving in reverse. And then according to court documents, 13-year-old Blake is then seen first running toward the getaway car, and then he turns to run toward Blake. Police saying Blake was not armed and did not go onto Lewis's property. The shooting happened just before 4 a.m. January 7th. London Blake says she does not know the other two that her son was with early that morning. She did not have any words for them when asked. Police did say that they were breaking into cars. The chief of police asking them to come forward. Guys, we also have an interview with a representative of the go-go community who says the go-go community is stunned when they learned Lewis was involved. We'll have that interview coming up at 6, as well as an update from the mayor's office on the government employee status.
I don't know what the hell the go-go stuff is, but that's the story. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. And listen, I don't see no self-defense in this story. I don't see no self-defense in this story. I just don't. I don't see no self-defense in this story. This grown man, 41 years old, made a decision that he was irritated and maybe you touched my property and you shouldn't do it. But I don't necessarily see self-defense, which the claim. So this sucks. Suck a lot. It really, really does. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. We warn children to not interact with strangers because even though it's not their fault, if something wrong happens, something can still happen. Reality doesn't care. Oh, no, I get it. That's your logic talking. That's your logic talking. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I can still understand if the kid don't get it completely. I can still understand if the kid don't get it completely. Don't interact with strangers. And then another, you could tell your 9, 10, 11-year-old, hey, don't be talking to strangers. And they still talk to a stranger. I'm not gonna be like, oh my, well, I told you not to talk to. He's still a child. Still a child. Even though I understand you need to make it be logical, still a child. At what point do you say it's a child and look, they be tripping sometimes? No. Even if they're committing grown people crimes, they're doing it in a childlike mentality. They're doing it in a childlike mentality. I agree with your statement. Your statement is accurate, but a child could still not understand what you mean. I see people listen, there are children all the time, smart as hell, know not to talk to strangers. Somehow, some way, somebody will talking to it and get a child to talk to a stranger. And even though reality don't care, I can't be like, man, that kid should have known. This is a very, 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 very tough conversation. You seem to think I'm holding him accountable. That's not it. I'm saying it doesn't matter why he didn't understand the danger. The danger was there. I get it. Yeah, look, JB, you are Mr. Logical on this. I agree with you. You're saying things that I can't disagree with. Of course, the danger is going to be there, whether he acknowledges, aware of it, etc. I'm going to be honest with you, though. I know some kids his age wouldn't have run towards them screaming, I'm a child, I'm a child. They would have did something else. They would have dipped up out of there, dove on the ground. They would have been a little bit. It shows you just where the mind was if he's running towards them saying, hey, I'm a child, I'm a kid. It tells me a lot, like the mentality. Interesting. So, like I said, it's, okay. I know what you want. I know what you want. I know what you want. Y'all want to tell me how wrong I am. Y'all want to tell me how off I am. I know you do. I know you think I'm crazy. So go ahead and tell me. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how off I am. Tell me how delusional I am to think this child is a child and they don't understand the impact. They just sometimes just don't know. Now, regardless, like JB says, the danger was there regardless. And he lost his life. He did. Oh, I agree with that. I never said don't look at him as a potential threat. You can look at it. Listen, I get it. You can be wrong and say, man, I'm looking at that kid as a threat. I know I feel bad about doing it, but I still got to do it. I'm not mad at that either. I'm just telling you, you talking about a man of the house, bro. And this is why I go off. This is why I keep telling you this. These single moms be the devil. And they don't always act on their devilish ways. This is why people get mad. I'm a single mom. Well, you have devilish ways in your heart. You just may have not acted on it yet. But when the situation comes, you're going to look at that child, they're going to do something, and you're going to say some things, some hurtful things. All right, Brittany Bell. I hope you get your own dang YouTube login so you can use your own real name instead of your girl's name. If a child off someone is not his or her fault as well, we see cases like this all the time. See, I'm not sure if you understand. See, I think you're confusing fault. Yeah, it could be their fault. Yeah, they are the reason why something happened. Yes, but they're still a child. That's all I'm saying. Still a child. That's all I'm saying. And y'all may have noticed how y'all looked at that child when the story gets broken and there's a possibility he was breaking in the car. Your mind automatically shifted to, well, goddamn, maybe he ain't a child. Well, maybe he a dangerous child. Like all these things. That's all. We have this bias, especially towards young males, and they viewed as many adults. That's just what it is, bro. Like there is no young male. There is no. They're not children. People view them. They still a threat here. I saw you on the chat. They still could be a threat. Mr. Fantastic going on. Hey, you never know, just in case. They're not children, bro. Y'all don't even view them that way. So I don't know. It's just, I guess it's just me. It's just me that views. I'm like, it's a child, man. And y'all know what y'all want to go to. Well, he could do something to me. Of course. So why be a child? The point of it is, who do y'all say responsible? That's the point of the conversation. Who's responsible? Who's responsible? I mean, he is the man of the house, so isn't he responsible? Isn't it his fault? Kazi, we're not doing that. No, that's not gonna happen. But is it his fault? I mean, he the man in the house. He taking care of my, he the oldest. Now, isn't that scary to believe that he's the oldest? So what is gonna happen to the next child? Oh, there is no man in the house, side dude. There is no man in the house. He is the man of the house. And see, this is why me and Israel got into it the other day. He would tell me that the mom can't be responsible. He's the man of the house. I know y'all was there. Y'all saw Israel fumbling all over his words, struggling. Who? Look, it's crazy. we hold him. We say it's his fault. We know each other. This is crazy. This really is crazy. This really is. You know what I want to read? Let's see what the comments say. Let's see what the comments say. Let's see what the comments say. But that is always interesting to me. Let's see what the comments say. Let's see what they say. RIP to the young man. Very unfortunate, but the mother calling her 13-year-old son the man of the house makes me a bit uncomfortable. Makes you a bit uncomfortable. I think we can all say no matter what the upbringing is, kids will do stupid stuff. Test their limits, and we as parents are not always going to know what our kids are up to, but you can just tell by his mom's energy that Karan was basically raising himself. You cannot expect a child to be the man of the house. You are the adult. He is the child. No, he's the man of the house. You heard what he said. Mama knows best. Mama knows best. This is deep right here. Well, now you see why he's no longer here. Just look at his mom. The kid was raising himself. My heart breaks for her. Mother is to blame and should be charged, not the innocent man who was protecting his property. Interesting. Not the innocent man that was protecting his property. Well, the court says he wasn't protecting his property because, oh, okay. Maybe he was. So he the man of the house and you help you by stealing from innocent people, laughing about it. I bet he won't be breaking into cars anymore. Woo-wee. That's deep. He's the man of the house and he helps you by breaking into people's cars. I bet he won't be doing it anymore. Ooh, that's heartless. Ooh, that's heartless. But it's a guy that said it, so am I shocked? Shout out to Urban Reed says, so is the fault of the child or the parents. I feel bad, but blame falls on the parents, but that doesn't remove consequence of the actions in the child. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me try it like this. And shout out to Urban Reed. Shout out to you, fam. Let's try it like this. If you train a child to put on a vest that goes boom from 1 year old to 13 years old and say, this is your mission. This is what you're supposed to do. Wouldn't you say they're indoctrinated if they go through and follow through with something? Wouldn't you say they're indoctrinated by the leader, the person in charge of them, something of that matter? I feel pretty uncomfortable, especially in this scenario, blaming anything on this kid. I feel pretty uncomfortable with it. I can't blame the kid for nothing. I don't care if the kid was walking by like, ooh, let me break this window. I don't really feel comfortable blaming anything on the kid. That doesn't mean the kid can't be wrong. I don't really feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable in this conversation. Finding ways to blame the kid, the child that y'all look at as a mini man of the house. I don't feel comfortable. You know why? Let's get to the real conversation. Shout out to you, Urban Reed. Let's get to the real conversation. And it's the real. Most of us have been desensitized to this type of trauma. We don't even know if we could even feel for him being a child at this point. We like, it is what it is. B, people die every day. B, I mean, we don't even know if we can feel for the kid being a child. Don't y'all know just how much of stuff we done seen that naturally we like? Do we even have the ability to actually feel for him? Like, no, honestly, ask yourself really after everything you've seen, all the stuff that you've experienced in life, do you not feel that your heart just don't feel the same way it should feel? Be honest with yourself. Be like, man, I know what you're saying is right, but don't you think your heart should feel a different way? I just want you to know it's supposed to feel differently. But this is how far gone we are. And I know that. I don't even know if it's possible to even look at him as a kid. Because naturally, we already seen Fantastic say kids could do this too, and you just never know. So, I mean, who's to say? I guess it's never too. Yeah. That's why this conversation is so difficult for me. So, because when I heard the interview with his mom, I said, whoa. Should I be shocked? She got 4 kids. He's the man of the house. I can only imagine. Can only imagine. Can only imagine how difficult his life would have been. And now I have to fight my own. I have to fight the way I think to be like, man, I can't. I want to see him as but I'm struggling. And I know if I'm struggling, other people are struggling. I know if I'm struggling, other people are struggling. Hey, Leslie, there's compassion. I think we so, like I said, we just so, we distorted. We distorted. The men know, the men in this chat know they're distorted. They know they don't feel the proper way that they should feel for a child because they can't 100% view them as a child. They not being honest if they don't admit that. They not being honest. They not being honest. They like, they're struggling. I see it. I see it when they're typing. They know. They like, it's wrong to say this about a kid, but I don't care. I'm gonna say it. They know they struggle with it. We're so impacted by society. We're so impacted by the experiences we have. Our bias makes this really hard. Because we know we don't even look at children as children anymore. There's people in this chat lying right now. They lying. They're lying. Oh, yeah, you know, he's a child. No, they don't look at children as children anymore. We all the way messed up. We all the way messed up. We're all the way messed up. And yes, I do know that that mother is going to get her settlement money and all that kind of stuff and all that good stuff. Or she going to try. She's going to try. But she's hurting too. Because this, listen, how many men are in the chat right now, if they saw their mom struggling, that they wouldn't try to help? We cannot do it. Every man in this chat, for the most part, they see their mom struggling, whether they 11, 12, don't matter. It's innate in them. This is part of the feelings that brew for fathers that aren't around as they view their mothers struggling. Like, God damn, she's struggling, so I hate my dad even more. This is why when Sherelle say, let's talk about middle-class moms because they're not going through the stuff, they obviously must be. They obviously must be, because if a child is seeing their mom thriving, living good life, they're not really going to be mad at dad like that. They not. They usually mad because they see mom struggling. Like most moms are struggling because like we figured out already, if most black men are broke, we know black women are broke. Just a simple math. It's just simple math. So these children are growing up with broke moms. So we got to talk about the most at risk. This is why this stuck out to me. I heard her say he was the man in the house. There was no man there. And my heart dropped because I'm like, now we know how we got here. Now we know how we got here. I can't watch them 24 hours a day. You know what would have been better? It would have been better if you said, I should have been watching him 24 hours a day. But I know, according to Israel, I can't put that responsibility on you. I can't put that responsibility on you. Because Israel said women ain't built for responsibility. It's not verbatim, but it's pretty damn close to what he said. They got all the power, though, but you can't give them all the responsibility. Hell no, don't do it. But my heart dropped when I saw that. Because at first I'm reading, I'm like, this is crazy. Then I'm challenging myself. I'm like, damn. What was he out at 4 a.m.? It's crazy. But it's speculation right now. So all these thoughts going through my head. Then I pressed play and I heard her say, ain't no man in his house. He was the man in his house. He took care of me. Da, da, da. I was like, okay. I see where this is going to go. I see how we got here. And I see how everybody's going to be mad at me. Devils. Better question for everyone. What would you do in this situation? How would you respond in this situation? You mean as the man that has the firearm or as the child? I don't know, guys. This really bothered me. It really did. I'm struggling seeing these young boys be in these environments with these mothers, and these are outcomes. I'm really tired of it. Like, it really bothers me. It really bothers me. Did she take accountability for her own child? You saw the interview. Listen. How much accountability do you want her to take? She said, he grew up fast. I can't watch him all the time. I thought he was in the house. This is what she said. And I'm not even talking about the man, because I don't know. I heard they said he kind of said it was defense. They video show refuting evidence to a certain degree. I ain't even talking about the man. I'm talking about the environment that he grew up in that could lead to these outcomes. But I can't put the responsibility on her. Israel said I can't do it. I want to. I want to say the child is left in your care. Just like they leave it in the goddamn daycare, just like they leave it in school. It's your fault. I want to say that, but Israel said I can't. Israel said women can't be held 100% responsible. So I can't do it. So now I got to hold responsible the child now, according to y'all. I can't do it. Can't do it. So struggle. This is why I talk to y'all. Help me see the light. Here are children committing armed robberies. I know that children commit armed robberies, brother. And I know it complicates things. And we're not disagreeing, but your heart should tell you that we're incapable of seeing them as children anymore. Can you at least admit that? If you're willing to find an article, because I know you're a freaking avid reader and you read too goddamn much. It's one of the things I like about you. But couldn't you at least agree that if you're watching that kind of stuff, reading this kind of stuff, couldn't you at least agree that, goddamn, at this point, we have difficulties seeing them as children? Can't you at least agree to that? Can't you at least be like, yeah, all right, I agree. I want to do it. I know I'm supposed to do it, but my heart says they could do something to me. My heart says these children dangerous, like that. That's what your heart say. Children ain't innocent, so they're not innocent. I get it. This is why it's struggling. This is why we're struggling. I know it complicates things. I just want y'all to admit y'all bias. I want you to admit your bias. At what age is the responsibility of a child irrespective of age? I submit 13 is young, but not an age where you don't understand risk. Now, now, I don't know, B.O.B. At what age is the responsibility of a child? Now, notice, keyword, you said child. I don't know. Don't know. I genuinely don't know the answer to that because I would like to use myself as a somewhat of a bar, but I know that's probably not a smart idea. There's people way smarter than me. But I'll tell you this: I struggle with seeing 13. I struggle with seeing 13 and hearing people in this space say, men is dumb as hell until they turn 30 and click. I struggle when I hear women say, I can't date no 20-year-old. I'm 23. He ain't mature enough. I struggle when I hear people say your brain ain't developed till you're 24. So I'm struggling. I know I'm not 13, but aren't I allowed to struggle with this? Do I have to have the answer? Can I just struggle? Shouldn't I want to struggle when we're talking about a 13-year-old? Do I have to be intelligent every second, every opportunity that we have? Do I have to be? And be like, yeah, this makes sense. I can figure it out. I can put 2 and 2 together. Do I have to be? Or can I struggle? Can I say the way I want to feel about a 13-year-old, the way I want to feel about a 13-year-old black child in that environment, can't I say I'm struggling? I don't know the answer. I'm struggling. Because this is a child, but we fighting our own bias that says not a child. So I don't know. BLB, what up, bro?
Hey, man. You're talking really deep here, brother. I just heard about this story from you. Listening to you, and this is armchair psychologist here. Would you feel this discussion would be better if it was men just talking about this? Well, let me rephrase that. Do you have more problems with women discussing this in terms of culpability than men? Or you're not even thinking that deep about it? I shouldn't say deep. You're not even thinking that angle of it.
Well, the thing about it is women are in control of the children. They're in control of particularly children that look like me, children that look like you. They're in control of it. So it's hard to have these conversations and realize that they yield the power to influence the mind, whether they cultivate it or not, and not have them in the space to where they're involved, because we need them to be, because they're not giving this control away. So
well, can I ask you this? Are you feeling more sadness or anger?
It's more frustration that exists because I know it won't end. I know that there's going to be more of these Qurans going around. They're going to be in the hands of single moms that look at their child as their husbands, or look at their child as their saviors, their provider, etc. So it's frustrating. I naturally are going to feel when you hear anybody lose their lives, right? We don't want to get so far going. We're like, man, you want to feel something, right? But then your mind goes to, let's make this practical. Like, why would this happen? Our mind goes to problem solving. We're men. So the first thing we go, this must happen, and this, we try to lead to that. But then when we do that, we remove the care that we're supposed to have for children. And then we look at them and go, maybe he wasn't a child, he was out there. We do all these things that remove the humanity in a 13-year-old. And that's where I'm struggling with right now. But let me get to my guy, Freezy. What up, Freezy? You got to put the responsibility on the parent. She's the one that told the child Santa Claus is real and believed it. Hence, guidance and influence matters. How can you be a child when you're too busy being the man? And that's the part that I'm struggling with, because how are we going to stop mothers from looking at their children as the men when if a man is not around, or if something happens to you, you tell your son you're the man of the house if something happens to me. So the mother is going to default to whatever man around, let's put him in first place. So I don't know how we can fix this issue. And that's where I struggle the most, because you think that these mothers are going to stop putting these sons in these positions to be that the man of the house, or you think it's just going to continue to get worse? And that's where the struggle is existing with me right now, because I think it's going to get worse. I think there are a lot of good women that get mad at me when I say they're the devil. And because they're like, I haven't done anything. And I'm like, yet. And if you don't, I'm happy that you don't. But boy, oh boy, these children are suffering. It's a huge suffer for these children. And see, here we go. Nothing wrong with a 13-year-old being the man of the house. Of course.
No,
See?
no, but not at 13.
No. There's nothing wrong with it. He said it. He said it. And so that's my point. At some point, the men look at them. He's not a child. This man, that's my bro. He's like, he's a man. So if he, who has children himself, can look at it and say, hey, he's a child, he ain't no child, go ahead, be the man. If he has the ability to do that, the bias. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm just as I'm listening to you, I'm just trying to figure. Are you more worried? And this is not a critique. Are you more worried about the kids, or are you more angry at the women?
the worry always goes to the children. The anger goes to the people that control the children. See, the women are in control of these children. That is where the anger could exist, right? But I understand that I'm not allowed to hold them to be culpable and accountable, no matter if they still get to reign control over these children, especially the boys. Especially the boys. The girls suffer too. I see it all the time. The girls suffer too. But the boys are at the most risk, because at least the girls are getting an education. At least they find, they're like, we gonna get an education. We don't know how to read. But if you tell a child, oh look, the boys ain't gonna know how to read that well, but they're gonna be in a world where women gonna say, you need to provide for me, you need to take care of me, but I'm already gonna hinder you, and talk about how pathetic you are because you can't do it. But so all that frustration exists. All of it is. Go ahead.
Couldn't this be the fault ultimately then of the men? And go ahead.
No, I'm wondering in what aspect can it be the fault of the men?
I mean, we agree that women are the last shot before the buzzer when it comes to the act. They're the ones that have the final say on whether this thing is going to go through or not. And I will also submit that when they're not good women, they're not good men. But if a man with any modicum of sense sees that the woman around him is not worth it, he inherits a certain risk when he goes in there and does something. I'm not advocating, believe me, I'm not advocating for women at all. But when I look at this stuff, my thought is, where's the father? Not the mother needs to be better. It's where's the father?
Why? Why do you wonder where the father is? Because you believe if a father was there that he could take care of this problem?
If I had to bet, yes.
So then you believe women can't take care of the problem?
I believe women are not in the position to take care of certain problems that are necessary for male development.
I agree, but are they in control of the male development?
For our purposes, yes, they are the influencer. Yes, it's control. Men have control. Women are, yeah, I guess women are managing or influencing the most of the child, but there's certain things they simply can't do. Young boys simply aren't scared of it. Well, you're scared of your father in a way that you're not scared of your mother.
But see, here's the thing. We don't put no responsibility on women, but they have all the power. They have all the power and influence over the children. So if we don't put no responsibility on the women, they still gonna have control of the children. Can women be responsible if men aren't around? Can they have responsibility if there is no man around? Because one lady said in the chat, if the man died, then I'll put all the responsibility on the women.
I'll just rebut. I know you got some other people up here. I'll rebut by saying women cannot do certain things, no matter how good they are. Women simply can't do certain things that men can do, and one of them is put the fear of God into a young boy. So whether or not a woman is good or bad doesn't matter. Even at her best, she can't do what a man can do. So it's not really her fault, only from the standpoint is she's incapable.
So you're literally giving the credence to my point. Single mothers are the devil. Because if you're saying they're incapable of doing these things in lieu of a father, then you have these children under the control of the devil.
Okay, who gave the devil that power?
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter because I understand your question, but I don't care how the devil got the weapon. The devil has the weapon.
If it would be different, if you look at it this way, a woman has consensual relations with a man versus a woman who goes to a sperm bank, and both of them have a single boy, and this happens. The woman that went to the sperm bank is willfully keeping a father out of the picture.
No, see, you're adding that context, right? Let me shorten the example, right? These women, every time you say we're the fathers, these women go, "Thank you. Thank you for taking the responsibility off my back." Because, man, I want to blame somebody else for my life instead of just blaming me.
Absolutely.
Have you ever? So, is it because they're not capable of doing this stuff, right? They obviously can't do this stuff, but they still have these children. Won't they just give them up? Won't they just give them up for adoption? Because why? Why do they keep having these children when they keep admitting they can't do it by themselves? Why would they even try? Because they're the devil. That's the only way to describe it.
If you're incapable of doing something, it's very convenient when someone says it's my responsibility. But so I agree that women will say, thank God, it's not my fault. But that's true on some things, like raising a boy with the discipline. It's not true in other things.
So let me ask you this. Does a man have a right to tell a woman when and where she should make a child?
Not by force.
Not by force.
Yeah, not by the ultimate.
So in the beginning, I played I read the Tupac lyric, right? Mm-hmm. They're going to be a race of babies that hate the ladies that make the babies, right? And since a man can't make one, he has no right to tell a woman when it should. So the point of it is they have all that power to make that determination. A woman could legitimately have sex with you, B.O.B., one nighter, get pregnant, don't want to tell you, disappear, right? Now, y'all said in that sense, if she don't tell the man, then she get 100% responsibility. Like, y'all don't have logic in y'all thinking. If all it takes is for her, not you specifically, Bill, if all it takes for her to say, for y'all to admit that it's all on her is for her to say, I don't want a man involved, then it's the same thing as if a man is not involved. It's the same thing.
Right, it is.
It's the same thing.
And I want to know this. Why are black women so comfortable shouting to the stands, he was the man of the house, and he's 13? but won't take that type of importance to the real man of the house, which was the guy she laid with. Like they said with so much pride that the 13-year-old boy was the man of the house. I mean, they take pride in that. But when they had the real man of the house in the home, you gave him hell and didn't understand how important he was to the whole equation to, you know, raising a successful family, right? I just don't understand that. I don't get it, you know. And then that also leads me to think that not only do you hate your baby daddy, you really ain't got that much love for your kids either, because you're not giving them the best chance to success. You're on mute, Aaron.
And let's just be honest. Either man came up here to explain why he believes a 13-year-old is the man of the house. I know him. He wants to deliver his point solid. So go ahead, brother. Go ahead and explain to this your theory behind why your 13-year-old will be the man of the house potentially.
Well, I grew up with the mindset that I was the man of the house of my mother's house. Been told to me ever since I was a young kid.
Before did you push your dad out the way and said, "I'm the man"?
No, my mother and father separated after marriage. So when my father was no longer there, me and my mom had these same conversations. I was the man in the house because there was no man there. I think I don't know. I think when we look at other cultures, I know people never want to look at other cultures, but we look at Jews. Jews don't believe in teenage. They believe you go from child to adulthood. When we look at the Kenyans, in Africa, they say you also become a man at 13. I think the maturity of that child becoming into a man might actually have a factor, but I don't think it have anything to do with age. I think it got a lot to do with maturity.
But that's cool if the culture is intact, right? If there's a complete understanding of a sound culture, that will work, right? But if you're growing up in America in westernized culture, where you go from a child to Superman to Santa Claus to the Tooth Fairy, you got to go through all of. It's like, okay, what you're trying to do is you're trying to, and I'm talking to E-Man, you're conflating Eastern culture with Western culture, and it just won't fit, right? So, and then another thing is, you said you was the man of the house. So you saying at 10 years old, you was paying all the bills?
I wasn't paying all the bills, but my mom would tell you I was paying a large portion of the bills. Yeah.
At 10 years old?
13. At 13 years old. I say it all the time. I started my first business at 10. I was already making money, and I felt that it was unfair for me to be making as much money as my mother was making for me not to contribute to the household. She never required it, but I felt that I wanted to contribute to the household. I grew up really fast. See, I think the difference between me and other men, I grew up really fast. I might didn't have the same quote unquote childhood as other men, but I was definitely paying bills. I remember my stepfather gave me my first loan at 10 to start my business. So hands down.
This is what I want to know, E-Man. How can you absolutely substantiate yourself as a man, right, at 13 years old, when you didn't have adequate guidance from your father, from a real man? Like, okay, in Eastern culture, right, those kids are brought up with both parents, and the father played a significant role in this young boy's rising to manhood. But so often in Western culture, we expect for young boys to label themselves as men when there wasn't adequate guidance from a real man in the house. You understand what I'm saying?
Well,
Like
then
what I'm
that's
saying is where's the real qualification in this 13-year-old boy that got deleted for him being the man of the house? Where's the qualification in that?
so you made some assumptions. My father was very involved in my life, and my grandfather's was very involved in my life. I got this actually from my grandfather. My grandfather at 13 years old had to drop out of school, and he had to become the man of his house to take care of his mother and his sisters because he lost his father. So when I was having these conversations with men who came before me, this was actually something that was more common in my family for men at young ages to be able to take care of the household.
Right, but I'm saying, okay, you explain your situation, but I asked about the 13-year-old kid that got deleted. She was saying he was the man of the house, and you agreed with that.
So
Okay,
what I was
what
saying that
qualify what would qualify a young 13-year-old boy who didn't have a father to really bring him, through the understanding of what a real man is and what he's supposed to do and responsibility of a man? How can you just label a 13-year-old kid, 10-year-old kid, 11-year-old kid, 12-year-old kid a man when he hasn't even? Okay, I understand you explain your position, but you're not comparing you with this 13-year-old kid, are you?
no, so I think I was clear when I came up. I think it's a lot to do with maturity and not age. So I don't know that situation. I don't know how mature this guy was. I don't know. I feel like this once you start having responsibility as an adult, that is part of becoming a man. Now, it stages a man. A 40-year-old man and the 18-year-old man are not in the same stage, but it doesn't disqualify the 18-year-old from being a man. And so the point that I'm making in so many words is I don't know his maturity, but if he was paying bills, if he was doing things that men do, if he was carrying the family, and I understand this from a personal point of view, who can justify that I'm not a man when he's doing more than what 26-year-old men are doing?
Well, being a man isn't just paying a couple of bills. That's what I'm trying to say. We're conflating being a man with dropping off $100 here and there because you got it. You done did something to get $100. You done cut it for you. No, being a man, being the man of the house is not just under the umbrella of paying a couple of bills. It's a way bigger responsibility than that. If you're truly the man of the house, that means you have enough wisdom to guide the other kids in the house as well. And that I would argue that 13-year-old kid did not have that much wisdom, especially if he was out at 4 a.m. in the morning away from home. He was not that wise.
Well, let me get to the super chat real quick because I want to respond to this. Azanika says, "Let's do Tupac, Mama. You always was a black queen, Mama." You left out another part. Mama finally understand for a woman, it ain't easy trying to raise a man. Where was the dad in his lyrics? We got the answer to that question, right? We have the answer to that question. Can I ask you this? When a man is not paying all the bills, he only paying a couple of them, do we say where the mama at to pay the bills? Do we ask for her support on doing that? No. It's your job. It's your job to raise the kids. Look, you know what? We're going to just do it. I hate to tell y'all women this, but it ain't a man's job to raise kids. It's your job. It's a man's job to guide family, but not raise them. That's your job. See, what happened was, hold on. What happened was we had a flip in the structure. See, this is why more men these days be telling you, man, everybody I know, they mess with their kids. Most men is in their kids' life because we're of a different generation than past history. This is why when y'all keep saying men need to find value outside of just providing and paying some bills, well, that was what they would used to actually do. See, y'all think they supposed to do both, but they not. It's your job. See, you ain't used to having a job be 100% yours. So you like, man, let's just throw it off on men. In this generation of men, because society has evolved, women work and all this stuff, so men have become more and more prevalent and present in the raising of children, carrying them, putting them on their back with the little strap on them and walking around. Men wasn't doing that like that 50, 60 years ago. I know y'all want to believe they was, but they wasn't. And I know this is not a nice way to say things, but I don't care. Y'all have a distorted view on what men are and men do in the history of men. That's your job to raise the children. That's your responsibility. However, because men are so great that y'all like help us out, and they're like, "Ah, we got you." That's your responsibility. I know y'all don't like that. This is true. It's your responsibility.
So
You're talking,
I
you're
got a
talking
question.
generalities, right?
Well, I can't speak to anybody that I don't personally know. So,
Sure.
I do have a question because I want you guys to maybe we have two different definitions of men. What are y'all definition of a man?
A self-sufficient adult male who is understanding his proper role in gender, in life, and his relationship with God.
So if I have accomplished that by 13, would I be classified as a man?
No, because you're incapable of knowing everything at 13.
That's the point I was trying to make.
because I get your point, and I'm gonna be honest with you because I'm one of the very first people in this space to actually say teenagers a made up thing. I don't actually dispute it. That's actually a position I've taken. So I'm not necessarily means that you go from teenager to a man or from child to a man. The point of it is that in this current society and climate, right, everything gets to evolve except for a man. Everything gets to evolve except for the male aspect. We evolved the women's role in their aspect all day. We don't have no type of minutia or maneuver when it comes to the men at all. And I'm saying that's where the mistake happens. We want all this. We love traditional men, but no, I need the option to work. I want the option to have power. I want the option to influence. No, you don't get those options then if you want the traditional man that exists. That's why he don't exist no more. Because men, no matter what, they're going to say, man, this is the environment we're in. We have to adjust to it. And this is why women like men ain't like they used to be. No, because you not like how you used to be. You in a different environment. Men evolve and change too. The problem is we fight their conversion and change. And with women, we just say that's what happened. You men got to step up. So that's what is happening more and more often that what I'm seeing. And I'm telling you now, women want men to do more and more stuff. More and more stuff. Oh yeah, come with us to the games. If you miss your kids' games, that's not no. Men used to work, right? They don't want men to work. They really think it's mathematically possible for them to live a great life and a man be present. It's nearly impossible.
I agree.
It's nearly impossible. Like they can make their presence felt, but to be present, stop it. Ain't no guy that's getting crazy money. They're not the most present in their child's life. If we just take it apart, most great men lose family. Let's just be honest. Most great men, when we perceive successful, the most successful men in history, lose their family because they are driven men and they can't do the things that the regular guy that got a regular job and come home and do. They can't do that stuff. I don't know.
Well, the reason I challenge it is, three, it's funny that you're having this conversation because I was reading about this guy in Minnesota, 13 years old. He's about to graduate college, and he's about to graduate college at 13. I think maturity is just a factor. We can't say that just because this man is only 13, he cannot be above his peers. And I'm not saying that the 13-year-old that lost his life was of that. But I think we put ourselves in boxes that says everyone have to fit this, because I believe that you can be mature enough to be a man way before the age of 18.
I agree with that too. I agree with maturity. Go ahead.
A mature 13-year-old is different from a 13-year-old being the man of a house, right? Okay, so one of the most important roles that a man of the house should have is being able to guide his wife or the woman of the house.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Do you think that this 13-year-old had enough gumption and wisdom to guide the woman of the house?
Well, here's the dangerous part about that, Freezy, because let's just be honest. This is not gonna sound nice. he might be providing. Like I think either man was providing, but do black mothers concede power to their black children?
Exactly.
I'm sorry, E, you might be cool, but your mom most like I don't know if you got whoopings. I don't know your history, but I'm gonna just be honest. You might be the man, kinda, but they not conceding no power to their child. They just not until you get to a certain point where you be like, I'm taking it. Yeah. They not conceding that power, and so even you not, and you can't take it at 13. She'll beat you up still. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not gonna happen. So that's all I'm saying. So they're utilizing what you're skilled at to their benefit, because I'm gonna just tell you like this: homeless women will gladly take. You know what? Go ahead. Because
hold on 1 second. I want to make sure I understand y'all points, right? So, Aaron, you're saying, so if a woman's not yielding to her husband at 45, is that 45-year-old man is not a man?
Yes, she's not. If she's not yielding to her husband at 45,
thanking God is we can say it all, because according to the black women, it's no age that they start listening. According to Aaron, I've been watching Aaron for a while since he said they ain't listening to nobody. I don't matter if they 13 or they 45, they doing what they want to do, right? So I'm asking, do we justify a man that's 45 manhood based on what a woman is yielding to his leadership or not?
It's not about yielding, but I think we all agree that a man, part of being a man is that you're in control of the home.
Certainly that you have the capability to do so. A 13-year-old doesn't have the capability.
And
so
and under the correct leadership, a 45-year-old man can actually impose his authority in the house.
Yeah, I was gonna say
the capability.
A 13-year-old kid can't impose his authority in the house. Even by law, he can't do that.
Oh, he can. Listen, it's some 13-year-olds out there ratchet.
Yeah, there are some. Listen. There are some, but those are rare occasions. Like rare.
I'm just saying it's 13-year-olds that have their mother in fear. Now, I know this might not be the norm, but the idea that I'm 13 years old and I can't have fear over the people that's inside of us, I just think I don't agree. Hold on, I want to say one more thing though. Another point that we heard was that never mind. Go ahead, Freezy. I'll respond after you.
No, I was done.
Okay.
Let me just say to Aaron's point a little bit. I mean, I guess this learning is on a continuum, and we need legal terms. That's why we have certain ages. You know, is a 13-year-old, is a 14-year-old, a 16-year-old. But what Freezy was saying was interesting, that even the most mature of these different ages, a mature 10-year-old still doesn't have the same life experience, say, that an immature 14-year-old does. A mature 4-year-old is not the same as a weak 9-year-old.
Well, let's just play this theory out, right? We've seen other kids die as well, but we've never seen their mother come on TV and say he was the man of the house. Right. So what I'm saying is that's what Freezy was talking about, and what I'm saying is we've remove the child, the humanity in a 13-year-old black boy of being a 13-year-old black boy. It doesn't exist because we automatically default to you're the man of the house now. Nowhere else does a 13-year-old in any other community is default publicly man of the house.
Aaron,
well, no, she was wrong.
When she said that on camera, when she said that, I was so embarrassed for her. And then right then and there, I knew that none of her kids gonna stand a chance with her. Because for you to be that dumb to say on camera, on national TV, well, local TV, well, it's national TV now, that this 13-year-old and boasted that he was the man of the house, you ain't got good sense.
Well, so I do want to be completely transparent. I believe what she did was wrong. I said it in the chat. I'm not supporting her position. I'm more asking the question at 13, can I have the qualifications to be a man? No. That's more my argument.
No, and Aaron, if I could, I'm looking at it this way. If let's say a man controlled only the brakes on a car and the woman controlled everything else, and the woman's driving, she's going to get in an accident. She cannot stop the car. Only the man can stop the car. So to look at the woman and say, well, why can't you drive? Why can't you just stop the car? Why can't you slow down? Well, I don't have that capability. Only you have the capability to stop the car.
See, you think I'm challenging the capability. What I'm challenging is, so what you see, your theory is the men let him get the car. That's your theory around. Like the man let him get the car. And I'm arguing they stole the car then. See, your whole thing is if a man is in his proper position and role, the woman won't have to operate and act like this. And I'm saying, fine, I won't argue that. But let's just say a woman steals a car. She's in possession of the car. She ain't no man there to be like, you only get to press the brake. She's like, man, I do what I want. I press gas, brake, dip, I turn left, turn right. She can do what she wants. She stole a car. So at the end of the day, if that car get crashed, I don't then go to the man. You let her steal the car.
The analogy I was giving was basically to say that only a man can inject a certain level of fear and discipline into a male child that a woman can't. So a brake in the car, if you will, is something that only the man can press. Even if she tried to press it, she couldn't press it. So when I look at stuff like this, my first thought is, where is the man? Women are just not going to take responsibility. They can't see beyond themselves, and they can't see the big picture.
So if they can't, why do they still get to have the children?
Why do we impregnate them? I'm not advocating, believe me, you know me. I like white women. I don't advocate for black women at all. I can't stand these women. just my credentials. But
no, it's fine.
Man,
so BOP, let's just say you passed away at 1 year old. Your child was 1. She has possession of the children now, right? Let's start from there. Where do we go from there? Because she still shouldn't be capable, and you gone. Ain't nothing you can do about it.
What were the circumstances?
You died from a freak disease. You
Okay.
died from, no, I'm not trying to use you. I'm saying,
no, I thought you meant the baby.
No, not the baby. The baby
Okay.
still exists. I'm saying you died, like the father died at 1 year old. So she can't say he left, he didn't want to take care of the child, but she in possession of the child after 1 year old. What then do we do since they have control of a child that they can't take care of?
And that's why I asked the question. I made the distinction between a woman who goes to a sperm bank and a woman whose husband dies. Because under that questioning, the woman is otherwise a responsible person, I'm assuming. I just happen to die.
But if you accept that, because this is why me and Freezy had it, if you accept that it's a possibility that the man is gone and she has to assume responsibility, it's no different if a man was a crackhead living as a bum and she had to assume responsibility. He just alive. It's the same concept.
Well,
Then
Aaron,
you are correct if she should give up the child then. Right.
See, that's what I'm trying to get to. Let's see where we going with this.
Aaron, I got a problem with something you said, and I ain't really come up about the 13-year-olds. I really had a problem with you saying that it did not matter that this child was outside at 4 a.m. Like the same things that happens. Hold on.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You got it.
Listen, the point you made it, how you made it, and I might have heard it wrong because sometimes you say one thing and we hear another. I can say that. But the point that the same thing can happen to me at 4 p.m. as the things that happen to me at 4 a.m., I just think that it's a whole bunch of different factors that's not the same. You want me to give you some examples?
Yes.
J Prince.
So the first thing is this right here. The vision of the shooter have a different scope of what they can see at night versus in the daytime. Do we agree with that? Or do we feel like all shots are the same regardless of how?
I agree with the statement. Can we agree that if you can't see, then don't shoot? Because think about what you said. Because look, we both can play this game. You're literally saying, hey, if you can't see at night, shoot anybody then.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, but you don't realize.
That's not what I'm saying. So what I am saying is that it is a clear difference between 4 a.m. and 4 p.m. Can we at least agree on that? Like if a child got shot being outside at 4 p.m. and a child getting shot at 4 a.m., are we saying that it's no different? Those things are equal? They
are equal.
How?
Because my statement was, let me clarify, right? Because I don't think you disagree. What I said was the mother said, and all these people talking about is 4 a.m. Would it make you feel better if it was at 4 p.m.? And I said, I happen to agree with her. I don't ain't gonna make me feel no better if it was at 4 p.m. instead of 4 a.m. So that was my actual statement.
I believe that Aaron could have justified his point a little bit better if it was 4 p.m. versus 4 a.m.
I mean, I can do anything. We all know that, but that's not
So,
the point.
so the point that I'm saying is that grown men, I think even grown men shouldn't be outside at 4 a.m. unless you're going to work, right? We understand that after the hours of 12, around 12 to 4, 12 to 5, it's typically no good. My mama used to tell me nothing open but McDonald's and legs after a certain time. Do we agree with that?
Let me just respond to Jeff real quick because Jess wants to know that woman is using that to support her civil suit. I agree. It's a possibility she's trying to set up a civil suit. Okay. To excuse and not know where he was. Oh, okay. Where was his father? Now, I know y'all got a million questions about where his father was, right? So out of curiosity, where do you want the father to be?
At the child support family court office. That's where his father was. And I want to say something to this. I don't think that man should be charged. Excuse me.
So you do you know the story? Or you only know the story from watching me.
No, I was just watching it. I don't think. First off,
no. Were you watching me or you actually watched the story? Because I know where you caught where you came from.
I had turned on you, then I was like, let me go check more into the story.
I bet.
Okay. First off, they told us that if you in the process of committing a crime, if you in the process, let's say me, you, and Freeze go out here commit this crime, right? We committing a crime. We breaking the cars and stealing people's shit. So if you get shot in the process, the friend's supposed to be held accountable for that. That's one. Two, if you going out there, I think what really did fuck him up was when he shot that first shot. But outside of that, this boy was running up to him. And I know these young dudes in my city, they stealing your shit with guns. These little boys ain't innocent. And she know damn well her son wasn't innocent. For her to be, we're gonna keep it all the way real.
Oh, we about to.
She know damn well that boy was the way he this not his first time outside stealing cars. This just the first time he got in a situation they couldn't get out of. How long you thought you gonna? I'll be saying this. We say this. I guarantee you. We say this stuff all the time. They going around, they stealing people's cars, they get into car wrecks, and the people that end up dying is the innocent people who they kids done crash into.
Hey,
for
Jay,
stealing people's shit.
Okay, go ahead.
One second, Breezy. Let me ask you.
He probably done saved, by taking them out, he probably done saved a lot of people's lives.
Yeah, you a piece of. So let me ask you this.
I'm a piece of shit.
Listen, I'm not. You're not gonna catch me cussing.
At least it tastes like greens and cornbread.
Let me ask you this, JP. Hold on, wait. Let me ask you this, JP. Mm-hmm. If somebody at night, an officer's walking, he hear a disturbance. What the hell's going on? And somebody running towards the officer get to open fire and say, you know, it'd be crazy out in these streets. Or does he have to at least see a weapon? He has to at least see something that should cause actual fear.
Put it in proper context. If he see a crime that's been committed, and he see one of the people who committed the crime chasing after him at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm blasting. I don't know. Why would you be running after me? I'm not. Put it like this. It would be absolute dangerous. It would be dangerous for him not to shoot, because let's just say the boy's running after me, running after him, and he had a gun. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. He could have popped them. These young dudes got guns. Who do you?
But I was gonna say, JP said put it in proper context, right? The proper context is, I think the guy was his last name is Lewis, the gunman, Eric Lewis or something like that. But he shot across the street first at the getaway car. The kid was on the other side of the street, and then the kid was running to him, yelling, "I'm 12. I'm a 12-year-old child." Hence, also, Aaron, that also signifies he
Thank
himself
you, Bob.
did listen. That what he was yelling to the gunman also signifies and stamps that he didn't think he was the man of the house. You know why? Because he was saying, "I'm a 12-year-old child. Don't shoot." So when
And he said it multiple times.
multiple times. So that's the all I was saying is, JP, that's the correct context. You said add
I
context.
know.
That's context.
I
And
still,
then
I
he
still,
did, man.
hold on.
That was intense. Y'all act like y'all gonna be thinking super clearly in the intense moment like that. 4 o'clock in the morning, you hearing people breaking into some shit around your house. You got your kids in the car. I mean, in the house already. So y'all already freaking out. You going outside. You see these people up here fucking and just stealing shit. You don't know if these young kids got guns or nothing. He could have been screaming, "I'm a kid with a whole gun in your hand," to disarm you and bam and clap your ass.
Now, here's the downside to your argument, right?
I'm out. I'll see y'all. Thanks for letting me in here.
I appreciate you, bro.
All right, Bob.
So
See y'all.
this is the downside to your argument, Jay Prince, and I'm gonna tell you why. Let's get to the legality of it, right? So legally, he's not in the proper position to do said things. It's not a stand your ground state from what they tell me. You can't stand your ground. So if somebody breaking into your car, there's no immediate threat to you. He went outside to proceed. Now listen, I'm reporting it based upon what they said by the courts and what people said the laws is there, because I know in California you can't do that. So I don't know, but that's what they said. So even if what you're saying is true, these kids is dangerous, this and that. The situation did not present a position for him to feel his life was in danger and to use lethal no, it doesn't actually leak. It doesn't work in this scenario.
Well, I was told that by Diesel, if you going around committing crimes like that, and it's one of your guys that you committing crimes with die, y'all are charged. Y'all are responsible for his murder.
That's how it's set up.
Well, I'm not disputing that. So that's
so where the 2 other kids at? Because they supposed to be charged with his murder. Because they partner died in the process of them committing a crime.
So wait. So you think children should be charged with murder?
Oh no, you no longer a children when you doing a grown man's act. You ain't no child. Ain't no child's breaking into no car. That's some grown man shit, like our mama said.
Aaron,
go ahead.
Hello, no, Aaron. So are you saying that if a child kills someone, should they be tried as a child, or should they be tried?
No, you missed the point. So now you're switching the conversation. I'm staying in context. I know that's difficult because people want to try to get me. It's very difficult. So let me give it to you in context. He said, yo, those kids that was there, even though they didn't kill them, they should be charged with murder. So I'm responding to that specific scenario of that statement. No,
I heard that. I still want you to answer my question.
Okay, so you're changing the context of what he's talking about. That's a whole different conversation.
That's just like, you no longer a child when you got a gun in your hand. You no longer a child when you doing grown man acts. Breaking into people. What kid breaking into people's cars and driving and stealing shit? That's not no child's act. That's a grown man's act. Now we just got a bunch of little kids doing it now.
So, but Aaron, I want to know, like, can you break the law in a way that we consider you a child? I mean, an adult and not a child.
Yes, they have literal laws that said we cannot charge children at this age with things that we would charge an adult with. So the answer to your question, yeah, but what you're really trying to ask is a different question. So I'll give you a chance to rephrase it the way you want to get the answer that you want. So give you some time to think about how to structure that question properly to get the response you want. I know the one you want, but my answer is better for now. But you can come back in a minute.
Don't run after me at no 4 o'clock in the morning with a gun in my hand. I'm shooting.
I'm not saying
you running at me, and you one of the perpetrators. Man, I'm blasting.
I'm not saying that the child wasn't trying to break into a car.
We still don't know that, by the way.
They have yet to prove that he was breaking into a car.
Well, he was
ain't
around.
I'm
Well, he
just-
was
I'm
with the
just
guys
playing-
that was doing it.
I'm just playing it how Fox News play it. So I'm
He was
saying
with
that's
the
how
guys
they
that
play
was
it.
doing it.
They hate children, Freezy.
No, it's
He's
not that
a
we hate
child,
children.
Freezy.
It's the
He's not
fact
a
that no.
child.
Listen,
Like,
Aaron,
no,
it's the fact that these mamas, she looked pretty young. I wouldn't doubt she probably about 27 or 20s. These mamas allowing their sons to be so-called this man. What she's saying is she don't need no nigga. Her son is gonna love her regardless, and her son is the man of the house. So I can tell because I grew up around these type of people. That boy wasn't treated like a boy in the home. He was. I want doubt that he be smoking weed with his mama. You can tell by how the 9-year-old boy talk, how advanced the 9-year-old boy is.
Do you no? Let me tell you why you idiotic, right? And I love you, my brother, but I'm gonna call you idiotic in this moment. Don't be because you say stupid stuff like he doing grown folks things of grown folks. So let me ask you this: if a kid picks up a weapon, he a grown man now because he picked up a weapon?
You a grown fucking man.
No, you
what?
That is dumb.
Okay, so Aaron,
you guys
go to Milwaukee and Chicago. If a 13-year-old boy come and pull a gun up at you, you driving something nice, he pull a gun, he said, "Get out your shit," and he pop you. You don't think he should be charged if you survive?
They have laws on the stature for those situations. Yeah, you should charge him, but I still think they're a child.
Right.
Listen, the military, you no longer a child when you got a weapon in your hand.
Let me give you Let me give you the logic, right? This is where it's through all the way off.
Y'all crazy as hell.
Yo, hold on. Give me 1 second. Moderators, please put your boy Name Smith in timeout consecutively. Thank you very much. These people are weirdos, man. Look, listen.
You no longer a child once you got something grown.
No, listen. Just because you pick up a weapon, you don't automatically go, "Oh, adult now." No, there's literal laws that say you as a parent get charged if a child uses your weapon. Like literally, like that don't make sense because it don't say you get charged if an adult pick up. Like there's distinguishing things. So no, you do not automatically because you charge a weapon.
Aaron, one of you was on the other end of that child picking up that gun. One of you on the other end of it.
That's not the same statement. I'm not arguing that you shouldn't defend yourself, brother. That's not the argument.
No, if you got a gun in your hand, right, Aaron, and this child got a gun pointed at you, but you got the opportunity to pull out your gun and pop, you know he finna pop you. So you got the opportunity to pop him first. Would you do it?
Yes.
So clearly you looked at him like he's a grown man at that point.
No. I would shoot anybody that was trying to shoot me.
You shot a child.
Y'all don't believe black children are children. Y'all see them as adults.
No, it could be an Asian baby. You pull out a gun on me, you a threat.
Freeze.
Hey, let me ask you something, JP. Remember that child? Remember the little kid that was in school about a month ago that shot the teacher? I think the teacher lived. The kid brought the gun to school.
I never heard of
it. And the child shot the teacher. Was that a man at the time, or was that a child in senseless act?
Fuck being a man. You are a threat and that need to be taken down at that moment.
We agree with that. I agree with that.
Ain't no way in the world I won't carry that baby 5 years old. You got a gun on me, I'm blasting your ass.
If my life in danger, you're right.
Don't let him trick you with the statements he's making. This is why I focus on listen, he said it ain't a child no more. You still a child, you just a child with a weapon. Like you don't get to take away a child.
No, I don't agree with that. But I'm saying but JP right though. If a child got a gun in his hand and he trying to take my life, I'm gonna delete a child. That's what I'm gonna do.
Right.
If a 13-year-old girl get pregnant, she ain't no little baby no more. She a whole mama.
She is.
No, she's a mama.
Yo, this is crazy.
No, what I'm saying is she a mama. She got to live a grown person life. Responsibility. I think what make you grown is the responsibilities that that you got.
No,
We
there
got the
is no
legalities. We
Jay
have
Prince,
the legalities and
there
stuff.
is no
But the
responsibility on women. We just B.O.B. was just up here saying they not capable of being responsible. So how can we tell a grown woman that got children that a 13-year-old go to being responsible? This is crazy.
Well, B.O.B. was wrong. Hold on. Let's think that he was wrong.
Why is it I can't go to the liquor store?
You're not gonna disrespect B.O.B. up here either, man.
I can't go to the liquor store at 18 years old, but I could buy a shotgun at 18.
No, see,
that ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. What is you talking about?
I know, but what I'm saying is,
how do you measure adulthood? Because everybody measure it different. How do you?
Everybody
measure?
don't get the chat. We follow the game.
I think your adulthood starts. I think your
let's stop
adulthood
with all
starts
this
when you
BS
spelling
stuff.
yourself.
All right?
So, but how do you measure it? How do you know a 18-year-old versus a 16-year-old is an adult? Like, what is the measuring tool?
Like, well, the reason why we don't really got a clear foundation on that because we base our life based on what the laws say. But I believe when you remove the law, I think when you hit your puberty, you grown. You're a young man. You're a young woman. If you can have kids, you're fucking a man.
See, they gotta lock you up because you know what? Look, a 13-year-old girl can have kids, Jay Prince. So what does that mean?
No. What I'm saying, is, I'm not saying that I'm gonna mess with. I won't even mess with an 18-year-old. But what I'm saying is,
why does the age matter?
No, what I'm saying is the way how God designed it. Fuck the legalities and stuff. That's what I'm saying. We conflate everything with what the law says. But if it was left up to the law, if they was able to prevent 13 and 12-year-old kids to be able to have babies, they would have made a law to prevent them to be able to even have a baby.
Well, Aaron, hold on, Aaron. Let me ask you this, Aaron. If a 13-year-old get emancipated from their parents, are they considered an adult?
You just asked a legal question. You can't be serious.
Well, answer the question. Answer the question.
Legally, they are perceived to be an adult. They're emancipated.
But we was talking legal the last 20 minutes.
No, see, this is what I'm saying. That child was legally under the guardianship. See, this is why I can't with y'all. Ooh, this is why I can't with y'all. Right? Because y'all
4 in the morning, he wasn't guarded by nobody. Grown people be outside at 4 in the morning. Stealing shit. What kid clearly that look he don't got no kid's mind. What kid? A kid's supposed to be in the bed, just got done watching Blue's Clues in his pajamas in the bed at 4 in the morning.
If we got people like you telling a 13-year-old, you're not a 13-year-old because you can do stuff that an adult can do. What's the point of a parent?
What you mean? We don't really got much. We can't beat the shit out of them. What do we supposed to do?
Deuce got Ray shot. And Ray was out there stealing cars, stealing car radios, and he was still a kid. I would argue that a car thief or a car person that's stealing radios out of a car have the mind of a child. That is not an adult crime. I would argue that is definitely a kid's crime.
That's a dangerous game to be playing.
Car radio thief. But
these little boys where I'm at, carjacking people. They going around, they putting guns in your head, get out your shit. And if you pull up on them, if you pull up on these young dudes after they done stole your shit, they will shoot at you like they will really believe that this they shit now.
Y'all don't really hold on, wait.
And these kids ain't number 13, 14 years old.
Y'all just proved my point. The whole point. I started the conversation off by saying y'all will remove the humanity in this 13-year-old and say, I will do everything I can in my power to make him be an adult. And so you created every type of scenario for your eyes to say, I got to make this make sense to me. He ain't no child. He an adult. Y'all don't understand what y'all doing. Do y'all think?
His own mama said he was the man of our house.
God, this is
I was just
what thing you can say about that if his mama said it?
Yeah, I was just about to say that we kind of.
His mama said he was a man.
My mama said
It was in his head.
So, little podcast.
It was in his head.
So, little podcast. My question to you is: do you believe that a child can reach adulthood at 13 mentally?
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily all the way mentally. It's like a thing in front of your brain, you know, like to me, you could be 40 and still think like a child. I believe, you know, life experiences grow you up.
So the problem with this manhood argument, people think that they don't understand there's different stages of manhood, right?
Mhm.
An 18-year-old is going to be at a different stage of being a man than a 50-year-old, typically, based off the world. So just because I haven't got everything figured out as a man, that does not disqualify me of being a man. Can we at least agree on that?
Yes. And that's why I asked the question the way you asked me. Look, Coco Gauff was 15 years old. She was a professional tennis player, making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. She moved like an adult did, right? So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all about the environment that they groomed in. Yes.
I'm just going to address this just for the hell. How would you, if the kid took my? Do you understand what you keep saying? You're going to try to create every single scenario to take him away from being a child. All y'all doing is my point every single time. Yeah. He did not have a weapon, no matter if you want to say, oh, I can't see, because then when the officers say the cell phone, I don't want to hear nothing no more. Because this is getting insane. Every time, see, y'all just want y'all point to be so right that you so wrong. Jay Prince can't come over here just because he's Jay Prince for president, come over here, have people put all the flags and angry men. No, I'm joking. But in all seriousness, you can't just come over here and say it's dark at night. You never know what these children are doing. And then get mad at officers for saying, I don't know if he have it on him or nothing. Like, you can't do this.
His question is 9 times out of 10. 9 times out of 10, if it's 4 o'clock in the morning, Aaron, and you go outside, you see some people committing the most, committing crime, busting, stealing people's shit. You automatically gonna assume that these little niggas got to have a gun to be this fucking brave.
Nowadays, I think it's okay to assume, but it's not. To me personally,
and then the little motherfucker running towards you. Why would you be running towards me? You know I just got done shooting, and you running. He shot that first shot, and you gonna run to me? And you the perpetrator?
He felt like,
oh man, I'm finna light that ass up.
He felt like he was surrendering. That's what the kid thought he was doing.
Thank you.
Nah,
he did.
No, he did. It's almost the same. If a woman punch a man in the face and say, "I'm a woman now,"
that's not what happened. Listen. You got you not seeing.
They can't help it. Aaron, you already pointed out they have to change the narrative.
You know what? You podcast. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Play the video, because I'm just saying. Listen. I'm just saying, just because I start to, maybe I'm thinking from a military point of view, right? It's plenty of times that, especially soldiers done been overseas, it was a 13-year-old shooting and they said, "Oh, I'm a child now. I'm a child."
Stop. Your context is off. The man never received any shots fired towards him. He was never under the threat that somebody was firing towards him ever.
He was running towards him.
No, I'm talking. No, okay. Listen, let me. Okay, there's a 41-year-old man that opened fire on this child. He started by opening fire on a vehicle that was fleeing the scene argumentatively. That those kids were possibly breaking into cars, but they never fired at him. He was never thinking that they're holding a weapon. And no, that's not what happened. Even though we shouldn't even be having this conversation because the kid did not do any of this, he's still a child. Even though y'all gonna do everything y'all can to take the humanity away from a 13-year-old to say, well, this is crazy.
He wants to 13-year-old behavior.
That the dude is gonna get off because they're gonna fill the jury up with Jay Prince's and Eda Mans, and they're gonna find the dude not guilty.
This is the thing. If you want your child to get seen as a child, your child need to be in child's place. The problem is he wasn't in no child's place.
Well,
because he was living in his mama. She allowed him to be in the grown man space. in
So,
a
but
grown man's place, and
look
he got
podcast.
dealt with like a grown man.
So, look, podcast. I can go both ways, right? If
Mhm.
I'm on the jury and he convinced me that he truly felt that his life was in danger, I think he should be acquitted. Hold on, let me finish your statement, Aaron. I'm almost done. But if he don't convince me that he felt that his life was in danger, because we don't know what he felt having a man, in my opinion, running towards him at
Feelings.
4.
Where was his mama at
Feelings.
4 a.m? All part of making another baby.
You stupid.
I'm just saying, like, come on now.
We'll play the video for everybody that keep asking to play the video. So you guys mute up so that way the audio don't get distorted.
And first, just want to go out and look at the layout of the land here now that we have court information released in this case. DC police telling us that the long-term employee arrested and charged with killing 13-year-old Karan Blake lived here at 1033 Quincy Place Northeast. Police saying that they found the 13-year-old in a mulched grass area in between 1033 and 1031. But we learned yesterday that police actually believe 41-year-old Jason Lewis actually shot at a parked car first, that vehicle right at the entrance of the alleyway behind me here. Court documents saying some of Karan Blake's last words were, "I'm a kid. I'm a kid." Now, today we did hear from the first time from the mother and attorney for 13-year-old Karan Blake. The mother speaking out, saying that she thought her son was at home, that parents can't always watch what their kids are doing, and sometimes kids have to grow up a little bit faster.
So that was the initial point. I'll see if I can find the other part of the video, but he was firing at a parked car that fled off for whatever reason. We don't know, because he couldn't see nothing. So not only is that crazy in his own, that y'all just say it's dark, so fire off if you feel scared. And not only are we justifying that, not only are we saying, yeah, bro, if you can't see as far in, they shouldn't be outside anyway.
Aaron, I got to say this. I got to let me say this real quick, Edie, man. Here go the thing, right? When you take up these gun classes and stuff, right? When you go for your CCW or armed security, whatever, when you take up these gun classes, even though you read the book, you pass the test and all this other type of stuff, you don't get trained on the experience. They give you scenarios. So this probably this man first time ever had to utilize that his CCW permit. So if you're not trained on the actual acts, what to do in these situations, you can't have me just go based off of a book. That's just like hold on, Aaron. That's just like if I teach you how to be an auto mechanic.
No, you're an adult. You don't get to make no excuses.
No, that's just like if I teach you how to be an auto mechanic, but you never did the work in your life before. And now imagine a doctor. You go to the hospital. This is the doctor's first day on the job.
Don't work on me. If it's
what
your
you want
first
him
day,
working on you?
No,
this is crazy. Y'all let him say this stuff?
Man, come on, think about it, Aaron. This man don't. When we take up these
self-defense, you said he should be free.
When you get your self-defense license, these scenarios it's not what you're getting trained for. So a lot of that book shit, he probably had that license probably 5 to 10 years. So most of that book shit that went out the window.
Shared with Fox
it went out the window
in this situation. The focus should be on what the adults
Aaron, we can hear that.
And on what Karan was doing, arguing.
In real situations, a lot of people freeze, a lot of people shoot. In real situations, so you can have all the training you want to. It's a lot of cops that had a lot of training, but when real shit happened, they froze.
All right, hold on, Jay Prince. Let's finish. I think that's part of the video. So just mute up so the audio doesn't double.
Hey.
that the focus should be on what the adult did in this situation. In surveillance video shared with Fox 5, it's hard to make out, but according to court documents, the movement seen in front of 1033 Quincy is said to be 41-year-old Lewis here, Jason Lewis, the longtime D.C. Parks Department employee, going just beyond the front gate area of his home. Then you see a flash in the video. Again, hard to make out, but what you can't miss is one person running away. What police say is the getaway vehicle leaving in reverse. And then according to court documents, 13-year-old Blake is then seen first running toward the getaway car, and then he turns to run toward Blake. Police saying Blake was not armed and did not go onto Lewis's property. The shooting happened just before 4 a.m. January 7th. London Blake says,
I'm going to tell you the truth. Really, technically, by law, he wasn't even supposed to be shooting at the getaway car.
No, he wasn't.
We agree with that, but I'm just saying, in the moment, if we put ourselves in the moment, you have
everything happening quick.
You have a criminal that you think is a criminal, allegedly. Let's say that you got someone that is a criminal running directly towards you after you just got finished shooting. That means they have no fear running towards you. Like who in there right now running towards a person that just got
leaving out? Y'all keep leaving out that the kid was shouting, "Don't shoot! I'm a kid. I'm a 12-year-old." He was.
No, nigga, you ain't no 12-year-old. You just got done committing a grown man's. No,
he was shouting
that
though.
You ain't finna make me that damn stupid. What if one of the scenario would have played that? I'm a kid. So he dropped his gun. This little kid, because 13-year-olds got more guns than you grown niggas. And they will blast your ass.
Let me ask you something, JP. If they actually had that on camera and played that in court, if it was admissible in court, would that look bad on the gunman?
Not if he was running towards him.
Man, you want to see a lot of times, you got to put yourself, a lot of these people not going to put themselves in the real situation, because a lot of these people never been in these real scenarios.
I don't
think he was going outside looking for a 13-year-old kid to shoot. No, he went outside. He heard kids probably said, "Daddy, you hear that? You hear that?" His kids all scared. Wife all scared. He go outside to protect his family. He see the crime being happening. In his mind, he racing. He scared as hell. Him damn self.
No, but see, Freezy, what I'm trying to understand. If somebody's running directly towards you, you have 5 seconds to make a decision. People don't understand this is a 5-second decision. You have somebody running directly at you. Do you think that you would be able to rationalize that that's a kid and not an adult?
All right. Listen. I didn't have just about enough of y'all talking about this now. So let me ask y'all familiar with the Philando Castile case, right?
Yeah.
Out of Milwaukee. Jay Prince, you familiar with it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think the officer should be charged in that particular case?
What, when Fernando?
Stop playing. You know what I'm talking about. There you go.
When he ran. When you talking about he got shot at the Summerfest grounds?
No.
Oh, the one that was in the car with his daughter in the back seat.
I'm saying, Esther, you need to listen.
Oh. I mean, the cops pulled him over. I'm not too familiar with the case.
Okay, I'll give you a little bit of a scenario, right? Damn, I might could find the footage because you pissing me off right now. So I might have to find the footage. Let me see if I can find it.
But just to answer E-Man's question,
I really don't want to speak on it.
That was terrible, bro.
Just to answer E-Man's question,
because I'm in the city when that shit took place.
If I'm already a cowboy and I'm shooting at a car that's leaving away from me, that speaks to my mentality right there. I'm trying to get somebody. That's all I want to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even thinking about my car that's supposedly supposed to be getting broken in. I'm trying to get my guys. I'm trying to delete somebody.
Man, that man's brain was racing.
Either man, I heard a story once before, right? Guy come get his homie. Hey man, This nigga over here jumping on my sister and my mama. Guy reach up under his bed, grab his 380, run around the corner. When they get around the corner, the guy and his homie and his nephew, they all got bangers. They see the dude running off. Everybody start busting, right? But the guy, the friend who he came and got, he was missing intentionally because he didn't really want to kill nobody. So what I'm saying is you don't have to shoot to kill people, bro.
Right.
It's just that's the whole point about it.
No, hold on. I want to make this statement.
Hold on, let me finish.
Let me
finish my sentence. Hold on, let me finish my sentence. You can say what you're gonna say. I just want to finish my sentence, bro. I believe in redemption. I was literally just talking about this on the Trigger Mike show. I believe in redemption. My birthday May 19th, same day as my next, right? No way, bro, that I could know a story like that. Somebody that went through all that. We talking about pimping, robbing, drugging, everything, and became Malcolm X. I just believe in redemption, bro. Everything shouldn't have to involve you losing your life because you were in the commission of a crime, a harmless crime, a victimless crime. On top of all that, I just don't believe you should just be trying to kill people.
No, so I got two different stands. If the reporter would have said he was running towards the vehicle and he was shot in the back, I would say that the person who made the shot was wrong because it was no immediate threat. But when they said that he was running head first towards the person that was shooting, that tells me that he had no. In my mind, he didn't care that he was shooting. Anytime a person can run head first into where bullets are being shot from, that tells me that he didn't.
Shows you he wasn't no man, right? It shows you he was not somebody that can compute
no,
that.
Aaron, that's a stretch. No,
Well,
I'm saying.
I got a
Are
question
you
for you, Aaron.
serious?
That was actually a great point.
I got a question for y'all then.
Man, what up?
If this man go to prison, that means every cop that got off, not even cop George Zimmerman, everybody that got off when niggas' hands was up or when niggas just had their phones, everybody that got off should be arrested immediately and in prison. It's easy to lock up niggas.
This dude's black.
Yeah, this dude black that killed the boy. How many of these damn near same scenarios?
It's not the same.
Doesn't happen to black folks, man. Every scenario, his scenario more justifiable than the Trayvon Martin situation, the other guy's kids situation.
If this guy said that I felt that this man was I was in fear of my life is one statement. If he said I was just shooting because I was just shooting, that's another different statement. The reason most police officers get off is because they understand the law and they say, hey, I was in fear of my life. I thought that I would not make it home to my kid. So what I was doing is doing everything necessary to make it home to my kids. So it depends on his stand, because if he said he was just shooting just to shoot.
All right, let's play this scenario because I'm tired of this BS. One, y'all won't let the child be a child. Y'all just not gonna have that. So y'all gonna do everything y'all can to make him be an adult. So I'm gonna have to just let that go because that's who y'all are. That's y'all biases. That's your heart. Fine. I'm gonna move on.
Adult,
right? So let me ask you this, Either Man Williams. Let me ask you this: are you saying that if you hear a disturbance outside, you grab your weapon, you go outside, and because you can't see, if you knock something down, it's cool?
No. I think he knew what he was shooting at. I think the shooter knew what he was shooting at. I think he saw a person.
He was shooting to protect his family.
So I think he actually deleted the boy on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
What you saying?
100%.
No, I don't think
he
wanted to shoot no boy. I think when you find out,
I think he wanted to.
Okay, let me give y'all a scenario like this. Have y'all ever been into a physical altercation before?
Mm-hmm.
So when y'all get into a physical altercation, you snap out, you fuck some up, Then when you come to your reality, you be like, oh shit, I didn't mean to do all that. That's the same scenario. This man, tennis was up because he was out there protecting his family. Because some punks want to sit up here and commit crimes and breaking people's shit. This is what I'll be trying to tell mamas. Keep your sons in this could happen to all y'all sons. Yeah, he might go to jail. He might go to jail, but your sons is putting their lives in danger. You can't really always blame the motherfuckers. He wasn't going out looking for no kids to shoot. The motherfuckers came on their turf.
You don't get to go outside, fire a weapon, and be like, it was dark, so I wasn't sure.
I don't think he's trying to make the argument it was dark. I think his argument is going to be, I felt that my life was in danger.
How though?
I had this man running directly to me after he had heard me shooting, and I thought that he was about to cause harm to me.
It's gonna work.
I would lock you up for saying that.
Matter of fact, it's not
I
gonna
would get
work.
off. Listen,
It's not gonna work because y'all said he black.
No,
the idea is
that's not a life in danger because somebody running towards you. You can't. No, and nowhere you can justify lethal force.
The man actually favors you. Podcast, the man favor you.
Yo,
Pull up Eric Lewis.
No. Pull up his pic.
No, we
don't
do
podcast.
Podcast into
So Aaron, I want to ask the question.
Podcast, look at him though.
If they can prove that he truly felt that his life, Aaron, if they can prove that the man really, truthfully, and honestly felt that his life was in danger, is it a justified shooting?
So the short answer to your question is, if they can prove it, they have to prove that to a jury, and that jury has to see that 13-year-old as not a 13-year-old because they got to sell him the way y'all gonna sell him. No, that's an adult, so they got to do that first. I'm going to explain this very kindly. I don't refute that. I don't understand how you can say that kid must be in his right mind if he's running towards somebody that fired a weapon. He's thinking conscious, like, no, he's not. He clearly lost. And then the guy thinks that he can see somebody running towards him, but I don't know if they're causing me harm or not because I just fired a weapon, so they should assume that I'm dangerous. What?
No. If you one of the perpetrators, that kid that you talk about,
what's the perpetrator?
They was sitting up breaking in people's shit, committing a crime.
Yes, but he didn't break into his
and
home.
all while now think about this. Now think about this, Amino. Think about this like this. This type of stuff probably happens rampantly in their communities, right? And let's just say it probably been some situations where the kids shot at people. Let's look at let's look at this in a full spectrum. They probably had an academic, just like in my city, an academic of little kids pulling up on you, shooting you, taking your shit. So when that shit happened to you, even though you're gonna go off what these kids been doing. You're not gonna take a chance to say, oh, this is a little kid where these little kids been pulling out guns and taking and carjacking and shooting at people.
That, bro. You can't sell little kids is pulling out. People pull out weapons anywhere. So if you have in your head, people pull out weapons anywhere. B, if you come in my neighborhood and there's a possibility you can pull out a weapon, I get killed. No, you got to substantiate these positions.
And you running towards me.
Listen, I've been reading. Listen, the one thing happened is the first thing. The reason the man was on alarm is because he felt that a home invasion was happening. This is the reason that he first was on alarm. So he said, "Oh, my kids, my wife, it's a possibility that they can be able to be in danger." So fear was there.
No fear was there because you said a home invasion of somebody else's home. So
no,
right now, no, it was not in his home.
Listen. Let me finish.
You can't make up a fake fear just to justify.
It's not a fake fear. I'm reading.
Gun is a fear.
No, listen.
I am reading. Grab his gun is a fear out the gate.
No, let you go.
I am reading, and it says the reason that he even started to investigate it because he felt that his home was being invaded.
Felt okay.
All right. So, because in court, it's all about what was my state of mind in this situation. So, hey, I felt my home was getting, he started to investigate it. When he started to investigate the case, he then stepped out onto his patio and saw that it was kids, the kids taking the stuff out the car. Right? So, somebody's echoing. The warning shot was wrong. He shouldn't have shot at the car. And then the kid was running straight. Running is the key word. Running straight ahead after he finished shooting, and he felt that his life was in danger.
Okay, so I'm gonna meet you where you at, right? Let's just play these scenarios out, right? Maybe you hear that somebody breaking in our house, run around, look outside the patio, and realize they not in the house. They actually at a car. Now I'm firing, bang bang. You don't understand how crazy that sound. They at the car instead. I'm firing at the car, and then if somebody else run up into me, no, because you already in the wrong. You don't get to you can't jump into the right now because it's justifiably you're afraid that somebody running towards you. This is crazy.
I don't see the thing is what I'm saying. I don't think that he's not going to get charged with something, but I don't know if he was in fear in that moment. I don't know if he should be charged with second-degree murder. That's my point.
Yeah,
you can say you can say that he discharged his weapon unlawfully. You can charge him with those other things, but I am trying to focus on the murder part. Do we feel that his life was in danger?
No.
You can't kill somebody outside of your property. If it's outside your property, you can't kill them.
You know what Aaron them doing? They and his mama's doing. They combining emotions with. They trying to play this. They trying to use this story with their feelings and more morality than what's facts and what's logical.
Wait, Jay Prince, you know what's funny is that it's actually the opposite. Y'all the ones that's using feelings because y'all the ones who keep saying he felt like, well, not you, Jay Prince, but either man keeps saying he felt like his life was in danger, right? So that's feeling. We saying, bruh, you can't just open fire and just start shooting, bro. Like that.
I'm just telling you, the law say different. The law is different.
Man,
if I feel my life is in danger, hold on.
That's not true. That's not what the law says.
Yeah, that's not true either.
If you're killing somebody outside your property, you can't just kill them.
Across the street.
I could feel.
You don't own that property.
I could feel a 75-year-old white lady.
He fell on his property when he was shooting him.
No, listen.
I don't think that's let the guy get.
This what the gunman gonna mess up.
He knew he didn't have no gun.
This what a gunman.
Put like this. Had that would have been. Let me ask y'all a question.
Hold on, JP. I'm gonna say this right quick. This what a gunman
ahead.
gonna mess up at. None of the targets was a threat. The car wasn't a threat. The kid wasn't a threat. He fucked up.
But now look at this though, Freezy. Now look at this way.
I think the kid wasn't there.
Let's remove the man, right? Let's just say that those same kids, especially when the kid running up on them, right? What would have happened if that would have been a cop, right? If it would a cop would have been there and that little boy kept the cop seeing these little kids breaking into somebody's car and the little boy running up toward him. The cop got his gun out, freeze, and this little motherfucker running up towards the cop. If the cop would have shot him, would that cop would have got off?
No. Yeah.
No,
that's not even.
He got off with flying colors.
Y'all gonna this is what I didn't want to happen was y'all to take away this young child's humanity, and that's all y'all have done this whole.
But he want an innocent young child. Ain't no child is outside at no 4 o'clock in the morning. Them grown folks.
If that kid wasn't on the property, he shouldn't have got shot and killed. If he stepped on the property, then the Castle Doctrine supports him getting killed.
It's hard for me sometimes. It's hard for me to even say this name without getting angry, right? But do you not know the story of Tamir Rice?
I don't.
Yeah. I do.
And they got off. And they got off, bro. I believe if this dude was a white dude, he would not be in jail right now.
Didn't Tamir Rice point a toy gun at the cop? Wasn't that him?
Okay, whoa.
He was outside playing.
So no. Just for the record, if we gonna go down this line, right? Because I'm tired of this BS. Y'all don't love children. All right, so that's one. Y'all don't see them as children. Y'all know we know you love your children, right? But nobody else need to love your children.
I know some
right?
badass, dangerous ass children.
Well, now, hey, either man, your child is
At 4 in the
adult.
morning.
If I see your child with 3 years old, even lay next to a pellet gun, I see an adult. Like that's the kind of
cool.
BS y'all. No, it ain't. You know it ain't.
Okay.
So
you your child are crazy.
see what I mean? You ain't there. You didn't know your kid was out. Anyway, here's the point. The Tamir Rice situation, the issue is that the amount of time that it took the officer to fire his weapon from exiting his vehicle, there's no way you can say that child pointed. It just doesn't. The numbers don't add up. He literally fired in like 3-4 seconds when he exited his vehicle. It's not. It's not. This situation is not apples to apple because he did have a toy weapon, so it's not the same. But reasonably so. Let's stay focused on this scenario.
No, I'll get you, Aaron.
Wait, Aaron. No, wait. That problem.
Well, Aaron playing. I'm hearing. You know what I'm hearing from Aaron?
Wait, Jay Prince. He missed the point because Jay Prince asked the question. He said, "Do you think if this was a cop in this scenario that the cop would have been arrested or the cop would have got off?" So that's yes.
I mean, those cops who killed that boy in Memphis, getting arrested. So it's like I really can't say like that. He might.
Well, those black cops, you know, they're gonna go down.
I definitely want to ask you.
2023 now, trying to make a change. And he didn't even say a white cop. You just said a cop.
So, but y'all, are y'all really saying that there's nothing that y'all can see that he really felt that his life was in danger?
Well, I'm gonna say this for myself. I'm not saying that he didn't. What I'm saying is I don't care about your feelings. When you're a person who has a gun, you have a responsibility, bro.
He has to prove
the target was running towards him.
What target?
Did he step on the
boy? He stopped the target. He stopped the target.
Step on the property though. If he stepped on his private property, then he could kill him. But if he didn't, then he can't.
This 2023 when nobody
That's not factual. We don't know what that state law is, but regardless of the point, let's focus on this. Let's just focus on the point. They saying because it was dark outside, he ain't got to see an actual threat of a weapon. A person, and here's the crazier part, right? We talk about a 41-year-old man, because let me tell you where you could have some leeway. If someone is physically more threatening than you, you could say, "Hey, look, I got to meet force with force." They can't justify this in no way, bro. Because if you telling me, hold on, if you telling me
that was a little boy for real.
I'm saying, Aaron, what he said is not true. What you're saying is true. Force on force.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing against you, sir. I'm just saying, like, reasonably, I can't see it's dark, so I just had to fire. No, we can't have that precedent of nothing.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question then. Do you think that this man have seen 13-year-old boys on his block before?
No, I don't know where the neighborhood is or whatever the case.
But you have 13-year-old boys. Would you picture?
Let's say yes. I'll go.
Yeah,
with you.
that he didn't know.
Or yes.
Did he shoot him?
I don't know that day. I don't know about on that day.
Clearly, because he's still there, right? So he have this problem with all of these kids. But the moment some motherfuckers, you don't know the age of these people. The
I'm
age
not arguing that.
But
I'm
the moment that they at his property commit crime, and he went out. First off, he was in fear when he had to grab his gun. Secondly, he was in fear when he had to go outside because his kids and his family was crying. Dad, doing what a dad's supposed to do. Y'all say if somebody come in breaking your house,
y'all don't even know if he got kids. Y'all don't even know if he got kids. But
no, he trying to make sure the premise was clear. Because how you know if after they get done breaking in, how you know if they after they get done breaking the car, they won't commit some more crimes. How you know they won't? So he got to make sure the coast is clear before he go back to the house.
You don't know they will either, though.
Hey, Prince, don't go to court, bro. Don't do it.
I'm just saying this right here. I believe, just based off what I'm saying, he felt that threat was coming through him, and to his family. He said, "I must stop."
What state was this in?
Listen, not only am I in danger, but I also felt that my family is in danger. I felt like they was going to go through me, and he was going to do something because he was very reckless with his behavior.
How you know he even
Yeah,
got a
man.
family? You just making
No.
stuff up to make your point.
No.
But y'all just drawing this shit up here.
They just
Y'all
making
hella
stuff up
creative.
to make their point. They don't even know if he got a family, bro. They
They
capping.
showing you
No, they say he got no.
you how
That
white
man
people get off.
Jason got 4 kids.
Y'all ever been to court before?
He
Yes,
a father
they
of
show you how
4.
white people get off.
I plead the fifth.
I'm
He
just
was
telling you.
He was a father of 4.
Hey, JP said the kid said, Dad, 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 Dad.
Yeah, then you go out there, you see this shit. Like at one time, like here it is, right? Here it is, right? You trying to protect your family, and you got this self-defense class. This is why this shit is tricky as hell. It almost fear you not to even defend yourself because you got to make this move. You can't do this. You got to do in the heat of the moment. It's the heat of the moment. First off, again, like I said earlier, you're not practicing these scenarios in real life when you go get your license. Most cops never even shot their guns.
No, you don't get to. You don't get to
Jay
be.
Prince, that should tell you something, shouldn't it?
So, hey,
The police aren't shooting people, and most of them don't fire their guns. Doesn't
Look,
it tell you something?
the fact of the matter is, if you
I don't
ever
want to
go
be
get
real
your concealed, the fact of the matter is, if you go get your concealed carry license, look, in certain states you have to take an 8-hour class, and they tell you the law does not like anybody that wants to carry a weapon. And there's certain steps that you have to take, and certain things you have to know. They only teach you scenarios, just like Jay Prince said, because the average person that carries conceal, they hope to not get in those situations. Where the guy messed up at, you cannot shoot at anything that's going away from you, but anything that pose a threat. When you have an immediate threat of my life is in danger, that's the time you can react. But where he messed up at, when you fired into that car that was leaving,
that's a
that's your
different charge.
problem. And
That's
then
a
you
different charge.
outside of your threshold of your doorway. The castle law only applies in certain states. A lot of times, but they don't tell you this because they don't want to deter people from getting a concealed carry license. A lot of times, guess what? You can be in trouble even if a person breaks in your house, they hurt themselves and they run out the door and you chase them out the doorway. You can
That's a
get
different
the
situation.
charge for chasing them down. But no, the person, the little
You
boy
didn't
ran
chase
towards
them.
him. The thing is, the little boy, but the whole thing is, the thing about a gun is the gun is capable of reaching whatever distance within 50 yards or 100 yards or whatever. You don't never advance. That's why they call it self-defense, not self-offense.
So have you?
Self-defense, you have to be moving in a backwards motion. You have to be getting out of the way and protecting your life, moving away from the target.
No, you don't.
Self-defense,
No,
not
no, you don't.
self-offense.
All right, you can go right
You're not
through the
supposed to
target.
shoot moving away.
Listen, hold on.
You're
Hold
not
on. No,
supposed to
no.
shoot moving away.
Really,
Let me ask y'all, have
This
any of
where
y'all
we
guys
going.
ever had a shooting reaction drill? Have any of y'all did this?
No.
I have. I have.
Because we're not criminals.
All right, so a shooting reaction drill is typically you have a gun that's connected to a TV, and that TV is giving you
I did that.
situation. It's giving you a situation on how to be able to react. And what people don't realize is these decisions about making is about 5 seconds. You typically don't have a lot of time to react to this, right? And so my question that I'm asking you guys is not about whether it was right or wrong. It's about, did he feel that his life was at threat? If he felt that his life was at threat and he can prove it, he should get off.
Yes.
He have to justify. He'll have to justify beyond a reasonable doubt.
See, you just said something that nobody can argue with you about.
Either man. No, hold on. Let me tell y'all this.
Anyway.
Not to be joking though, but Jay Prince gonna recognize this. Maybe somebody else. But guess what? Everybody that was born past the year 1985, guess what? They had a shooting reaction. The game was called Nintendo.
No, just get rid of him.
Going to time. You going to
I knew
time.
that's what he was about to say.
What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is like in the heat. When you in defense for your life, y'all gotta understand. Put yourselves when you see y'all talking from a perspective of y'all not been in a perspective of fighting for your life or had to protect your life. That's why we coming up with all of these points. But put yourself in a situation where not only that you in the heat of the moment, out of 40 years, 30 years, you in this one unique moment where you really gotta think about within a couple of seconds to protect not only your life but your wife's life and your children's life.
Stop making up scenarios.
Now I've been for the last hour.
No,
Trying to put
white
out.
person
Listen,
showing
hold on.
scenario. Come on now.
Hold on, listen. For the last hour, I've been trying to put y'all in. I've been trying to put y'all on game on how white people have beat crime for the last million years. On how they been getting. Listen.
Nah, you going on timeout too. You don't get to blame the white people.
I tell you, look, at the end of the day, he can't prove that, right? He cannot prove that.
Yeah, you're right. It's really hard to.
It's really that simple. I mean, the truth of the matter is, honestly, Aaron, you might drop me down, but I don't think the dude would have got arrested if he was white. But at the same time, the truth of the matter is, I get what he was trying to say. I do get being in that moment. I get 3 to 5 seconds. I get somebody running towards you. I get all of that, bro. I ain't got the best eyesight in the world, bro. But I ain't the littlest dude either. And I think I could tell that somebody is little. I'm looking at the picture of this little boy. He was a little boy, for real. Man, had no chest meat, no arm meat, no nothing. It was a little boy, bro. And and the fact that he shot at the car, right? They're leaving. Why you shooting at him? Then Jay Prince keep adding on to it. But, bro, do we even know if they was breaking into his car? So what was you really protecting in this moment? They weren't breaking in your crib. They weren't breaking in your car.
Even if they was breaking in your car, you can't.
Well,
you can't kill.
in his defense,
you can't kill somebody
in
off
his
property
defense,
being stolen.
He protected his neighborhood. They already said he owned that house, so clearly he probably been there for years.
He protecting the neighborhood.
And some invaders is in his shit.
You can't kill somebody for breaking in your car.
That's called insurance. That's what you paying.
Well, let me ask y'all something. If that boy would have been grown, same scenario. If they would have been grown, would y'all have felt more sympathy?
Yeah,
for the dude.
No, for the dude, like would have made more sense.
Yeah, hell yeah.
If he was grown.
Yes, if it was me running towards him, yeah, it would have made more sense for him to be like, man, that been my first run towards me. I went.
That's how I know. Well, that's how I know that man is in the right then.
No, because I'm not looking at no little boy. It's the same thing, bro. I know I'm from Chicago, bro. I was in Chicago. Listen, the last 2 when the pandemic first happened, I hit back to the crib, bro. We at the lake. The police grabbing some shorty up. I see everybody grabbing around. I'm like, what's going on? Like, man, police caught shorty with a banger. Shorty about 15, 16 at the most, right? Bro, the gun he had folded up. It was some crazy transformer type of bullshit. It was this long, but it folded up to be about this long, right? Bruh, he's still like a little kid. So I get
Jay Prince point.
Hold on. I get that they have guns. I get that they have weapons. I'm not trying to say none of that, right? But at the same time, what I am saying is if the shorty is running towards you, no weapons, there's nothing in his hand. He ain't carrying nothing, bro. And you got your gun on him. He can't even reach for a gun before you can start blasting.
Not
you can't even reach before you can start blasting.
Podcast.
Make that argument.
See, this is what y'all throwing out the window. Like it don't mean nothing.
He's
already in this moment. I'm already shaking, panicking. I'm already panicking, scared. Drilling in high. I'm not thinking clearly. All I know is to protect. Don't come running towards me, because right now you one of the perpetrators.
Bro,
I don't care how old you is.
He shot at a leaving car, JP.
Yeah, that's wrong though. Shooting a car while
guys, just hold on.
But think about the mindset that you're in when you're doing that. That's not protection. That's rodeo, bro.
He got bloodthirst.
He went outside like,
guys. This is the part where they're right at. We got to move on from the context of he shot at the moving car.
Yeah, because that's a different part.
We agree on that.
We have to focus on the fact that the child or whoever was running towards this man. That's the claim, running towards him. We don't know the level of distinction, the yards, etc. Just running towards him is a statement, right?
Yeah.
If Jay Prince is outside with a weapon, I run at him. Does that mean he gets to fire at me, or do I have to pose an actual threat? Because me being a car burglar don't mean I'm a threat to you.
Yeah, you
that
can't kill
that
somebody
do
for
make you a threat. If you're on my property committing a crime, nigga, you a threat. And running towards me after you got to commit a crime. No, I know that part. I know that part. I understand that part. But if you already in the midst of committing this crime, after you get done committing this crime, you running towards me.
So this is not what happened, right? So this is what happened. The car was driving away, right? The kid was trying to run to the getaway car. So that means he wasn't even in the car.
Right.
So think about it. So the kid's trying to run and get about the situation. Man, help me out. The
then
car
he turned back around.
So then he turned back around and say, I'm a kid. Don't leave me. I'm a kid. Don't kill. Basically that, right? Because what else do he know to do? All he hears is fire and I'm done. So you have to understand. It makes sense for the kid to be trying to, no, don't shoot. Now I can understand somebody could be startled by what the hell is going on. But at the same time, you have to justify the threat. What is the threat? Somebody running towards me. If that's the argument, if that is the argument, cops should never go to jail.
No, but Aaron, do you really think? Because have you ever heard of out of body experience? When you so anxious, he probably didn't even hear that boy saying this. That probably when he in the process of fight or flight type of mindset. He not hearing that shit.
Well, who heard him then? Somebody heard him.
Hold on, wait. You can't give a weapon to somebody. You can't give a weapon to somebody and they be a gun owner and be like, well, if you get flight or fight, I mean, just go ahead and fire. What?
Yeah, Aaron, have you ever been in the situation? Have you ever been in a situation? How long? Have y'all ever been in a situation where you was in life or death situations?
Yes.
There's a reason we're not in those situations.
I'm not answering that question.
No, this man, first off, because we're trying to paint a narrative, this man is work for the government. Hold on. He worked for the government. He owned his property. So that shows some type of he went to college and stuff. He went to college and stuff like that. So he's not just going around all these things. No, but what I'm saying, you got to paint the scenario all the way. Right now, we paint him as a criminal because this accident happened. You got to go off the whole context. This man owned his house. He been living there for years. This man worked for the government. So he ain't no criminal just going around, yeah, I'm finna shoot every little kid come on my block type of nigga.
JP.
This man, it was these motherfuckers, this probably the first thing that ever happened in their neighborhood or whatever, on his block or whatever, by his house. His kids startled, his wife startled. He's scared as hell himself, but he got to be this man. Dog, when you in the heat, when you in this big old, I've been shot at. I've been shot. I got grazed on my leg when I was hopping the fence. When you running for your life, when you in a fight for, I didn't even, like, how can I put this? Your life flashed before your eyes. You don't see nothing. When I was running, I wasn't listening to nothing to nobody. I'm running. I'm not listening to shit. I didn't even know I got shot. Well, the bullet grazed my leg. I didn't know I had got shot until hours later that I came down and came back to my senses. See, this is what I'm saying. If y'all never been in these high intense moments, you won't understand it until you involved in it.
Here's the thing: we not even arguing with the crazy scenario you made up out of nowhere, right? We know you crazy, right? But here's the thing: you give credence to officers. Then this is what you don't understand. You literally are saying, "Hey, if it's dark outside and they think you're a danger, fire at them." That's what you just said.
And if this is New Jersey, yeah, that man getting charged. I don't know, it's New Jersey.
That's why I disagree.
Yeah, that's why DC. Oh yeah, he going to jail for sure. He going to jail.
That's why I disagree with Aaron saying
he getting charged.
Don't worry about the first part, because guess what? In that jury room, they're gonna have to.
I agree with that.
What they're gonna be doing is trying to figure out where his mind is at.
I get that.
And there's no bigger picture to where his mind is at then him shooting at the moving car.
But what
nothing says where his mind is at more than that. Based
Yeah,
on
that's gonna make him sway the jury. The podcast, right? That's really gonna sway.
It's not all about where his mind is, where the law is at.
Aaron, because that last report that you showed, it said that the boy was trying to get into the car while they was leaving, and then he ran towards the dude. Now, the first report was saying that the getaway car was across the street at the entrance of the alley, but the boy was on this side of the street running down from in the dark. That's like two reports. That don't sound
think about that. The car is parked, and he just said blocker.
Yeah. he showed enough fucked up if he did.
They don't even got
Now one of that boy
feel that the car was parked, so
one of that boy ran to the car. This is a scenario. He ran towards the car trying to get in the car.
Mm-hmm.
They fucked up by leaving him. But what if they would have thrown him a gun, and that's why he was running back?
Oh, come on, man.
Yo, you just be adding stuff.
Come on.
That's what I would have thought.
Damn.
But he didn't get. It wasn't no gun on the scene though.
So. But you don't know. You don't know. You don't know what happened to the cloud to the smoke
You're
clear.
talking to Mr. What If.
That man going to jail.
No, but it's not no one. No, you don't know what's going to happen until all the smoke clear. All you know is in a tense moment.
I do know what's going to happen. They're going to lock that ass up.
Some we ain't even the safe. Some we even account.
They need military jurors. They need military jurors that been in this type of intense moments.
Bro, listen, when you hustling,
to understand his mindset.
Bro, listen, when you hustling, when you in the hood, right? I'm gonna talk to you for a second, Jay Prince, because I know you know. I'm under the fin, but I'm serving in the hood where everybody under the 6. Every day I go to the door, I'm serving out the vestibule. So every time I go to the door, I'm thinking it's a robbery, it's a jacker, it's one of these hating niggas, right? I'm carrying the banger to the door with me every time I go, right? So am I supposed to just open the door like, who is it? You know what I'm saying? Because these niggas might rob or shoot or kick in doors like they have done plenty of times. No, I open the first door, I'm looking out, yeah, bro. Boom. Then I open it up, go all the way out into the vestibule. It's all glass doors.
Nah, nigga, I ain't gonna open no windows. Shit, I'm having my gun at the door, and I'm asking who is it. I'm standing away from the door.
Well,
as soon as if I come knock on your door, if I was on that right, if I was on that right podcast, let's say if I'm on that, I knock on your door, boom, boom. You peep out the door. Who is it? Bow.
Right.
You gone.
That's true, but I'm saying the way that you got a picture has made. The outside is the vestibule, right? It's the 2 glass doors.
It's not bulletproof.
It's not.
So that bullet gonna go through that windows.
It will. But when you walk inside the vestibule, now it's 2 wood doors. So I'm on the other side of the door, which has stairs that go up. So when I come down to the door, right? There's nothing.
If you move like that, you need cameras, man. The ring lights save your life.
What's the precedence for fear? Hold on. What's the precedence for fear? Because this is where you got to make your argument, Jay Prince, that he was fearful for his life. In order to meet force with force, you must be fearful for your life. So they'll need a fear for your life.
Imminent body harm or damage. That'll be impending.
A criminal just got done committing a criminal act. Charging towards
deadly force
at 4 o'clock in the morning.
It don't gotta necessarily be deadly force. You gotta have imminent bodily harm that can be done to you for you to use your weapon.
Yeah,
you wrapped it in the boat. You don't act like you didn't, but I still don't agree with it.
Yeah, what's the name? And some we didn't even account for. We didn't even account for the fact that like he fired them bullets. He didn't even take into account where them bullets ultimately landed. You know, because that could be pending charges right there too.
Wait, Frank, do we know how many shots he fired?
I don't know. I mean, if he fired at that car, ain't no way he hit 100% of the car, though. That's for sure.
Do either one of y'all? Can we find that out? How many shots?
None of us don't have no guns. Then.
No, it's just that, like you gotta be accountable. It say that you gotta be accountable for every bullet that you fire. You gotta be accountable for where it lands, all of them.
Once you put it out there, it's gonna come back to you.
And Aaron, look, this why I said the shooting at the car matters even more, right? Because there's something called trigger happy, bro. It's like once you pull the trigger, you ever seen Don't Be a Menace when he pulled the trigger and then he's like, yeah. Like that's real, bro. That is real. That is exactly how it happened. Once you pull it that first time, you feel it. It's like an energy that go through your body, bro. You feel it. And that's what I'm saying. Him shooting at the car, I would argue he wouldn't have even shot that boy if he hadn't the first shot at the car.
I agree with that. And I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Okay, I'm gonna try to see it. I'm gonna try to see how JP looking at it. When the dude left his domain and felt like it was multiple guys trying to steal his car. So he one could say he didn't know where everybody was when he ran out there. He just know his car getting broken into and they trying to jack his car. He don't know if some of the guys in the car, some of the guys still out the car. It's a lot of chaos going on. I feel what JP is saying.
You can't kill somebody.
Like hold on, I got you guys. You
can't kill somebody for stealing property.
Y'all act like this man's supposed to know that this was a boy. Y'all act like this man's supposed to know that this man didn't have no guns. Like what Free said.
Bro, it could be a sumo wrestler. It could be a sumo wrestler. If they stealing,
because it's almost that time. Hold on, guys. It's almost that time, and I want y'all guys to understand. See, what you guys are not really taking into account is he already shot the gun. When he shot the gun, if you ever shot the gun without earplugs, the first thing your ears start ringing. That's the first thing that typically happens. So when y'all people yelling out of his mouth saying, "Oh, he said I'm a child," his ears was ringing. He didn't hear that. Only thing he saw was the threat coming towards him, and he felt that he was in danger. He should be acquitted by the court of law because of the simple
coming like this though.
No, but see, we don't know that. We don't know his
We do know that he was not running with his hands. Stop it.
He is not going to be acquitted by the law. Uncle Phil, he is not going to be acquitted.
Because the man ran outside of his house and then he went and shot at the person. So it don't, like you can't kill somebody for stealing property.
No, it's not.
You cannot leave the threshold of your doorway to go hunt down a person. It's called self-defense, not self-offense. You cannot chase someone down. You cannot chase nobody down. It don't matter about the car. If somebody breaking into your stuff outside, you cannot leave out your door with a gun and kill somebody. You cannot leave outside of your door. It's called self-defense, not offense. Offensive motion is when you become the hunter. You become the hunter. You become the hunter. No.
Listen, I don't think he cared about him robbing the stuff. When he shot that, it had nothing to do with him robbing. It had nothing to do with the car. It was the fact that he could not hear because he just got finished shooting the gun and he felt that his life was in threat. He didn't shoot the gun in the first place. He did not shoot that. Listen, he did not shoot that man because he was robbing a car. He shot him because he thought his life was in danger. It's two different talking points.
Did he shoot through his kitchen window? Did he shoot through his door? Did he shoot through his kitchen window?
Hey, I got a better.
He went outside.
I got a better to add. Right to what Edelman just said.
Went out there. He shouldn't have went out there.
How long was Vic? He gonna want to add what Edelman just said. Now, he shot first, right at the car. The boy did come running, and how y'all know he wasn't thinking like after he shot that first time at the car. The boy come run and get his lick back.
But there was no gun on the thing.
JP. I was in racing, JP. I understand what you're saying. I
already shot. And this motherfucker running through.
This is court out charge all of y'all.
He's trying to kill me.
Hey, listen, y'all can
this district capital.
That man thought either it's gonna be me or him. That's the mindset.
Listen.
Y'all not taking into account the district capital. Hold on, real quick. This is the district capital that we talking about. Literally, the jury is not going for this. The man's going to jail. He gone.
I'm
gonna tell you the truth.
He gone.
He gone.
He stepped outside of his house.
Y'all don't know how DC work. Y'all know the politics.
Just as fast as he shot the boy,
bro. They not going.
Just as fast as he shot the boy, he could have told the boy, "Freeze, just get on the ground."
He ain't no police.
Hold on, listen,
Bro, he
listen.
gonna be
You
in
out there,
jail. He
you
gonna be
out there
without
like
his
you supposed to
license.
leave. Okay, so this what I'm saying. If he would have just apprehended the boy, everybody be in jail right now.
Nope.
Everybody be in jail.
Hey, hold on.
Nope.
Let me ask Edie Man. Aaron, show him
Get
this
what?
picture real
He
quick.
could.
I
No,
want you to
then
look
he would
at.
have
I
got a
want you to look at
kidnap
what the
charge.
dude is. Look, hold on, Vic. I want you to look at where the
He'd have got
dude
a
is at,
kidnap
bro.
charge.
Look at where he at, Edie
Video.
Man. No, it's just a picture because I don't want to watch the video. But look at all this brick in front, bro. His life wasn't in no danger, bro.
No,
Like,
no,
stop
no.
playing with me, bro. Look how he's shooting, bro.
Listen,
He's shooting in
He
socks.
trigger happy,
Nigga.
bro.
His life wasn't in no
He
danger.
was trigger happy.
For
Yeah,
real,
he going to jail.
he wanted to use
He
that.
going
That
to
ain't no
jail.
life in
Jail.
danger.
That man going to
No.
jail, bro. It's DC for one.
He
bro.
going
Like,
to jail. He
Listen,
wasn't even
I'm
supposed to
gonna be
step
his
beyond
assistant.
that gate. You see that
I-
gate? It looked like
Right,
it was a gate.
exactly. He stepped outside
You
the
walked
gate
out
and
there.
Man,
behind the
he
brick
know
like,
you can't open fire like that.
listen.
Can't
You
do that,
can
man.
open fire like that if your life is in danger. Yes, you can.
No,
if you
you
feel like
can't.
Man, you must be some
Hold
kind
on.
of police. Either man,
Hold
you
on,
got to be some kind of police, man. Ain't
Nah,
no
I'm
he
the
just
police
wrong.
because I know the law.
He just wrong,
man.
bro.
What kind of
No,
laws
Like,
are
you
these,
work
bro?
with them folks
Hold
or
on,
something
guys.
called.
I'm about to pull
Go
up
ahead.
this other article real quick, and we're gonna read this one together. Because
Y'all look up USCCA.
this might add some context. Hold on, 1 sec. Hold on.
I don't trust Washington. I stay up here. It's not.
Okay, whatever. Okay, then let's just get to some of what it says here. Okay, it says officers found a stolen car near the scene, which they believe Blake used. Whatever the case is, we want to get to this point where it says surveillance footage mentioned in the warrant contained audio of Lewis exiting the home yelling "Hey," as well as footage of the two young men running with flashlights.
Gun.
Calm down. This is the whole point. Dang, let me read it, and I'm giving you this on purpose. Calm down. Conti said it appeared that the first gunshots was fired at a getaway vehicle. Surveillance footage referred to in the warrant also appeared to show Lewis shooting in the direction of the vehicle once. It appeared that Blake might have been trying to make his way back to the vehicle, but the vehicle reversed into the alley. The second person ran back to the vehicle before it began reversing again. At some point, Blake ran towards Lewis. It's not clear if Blake knew where Lewis was. 4 o'clock in the morning, it's dark out there, Conti said, and as we learned through an investigation, what was initially described to us, there were some discrepancies. As we went through our investigation. The initial shot being fired at the getaway vehicle was not part of the initial discussion we had with Lewis. After those 2 shots were fired, Blake can be heard in the surveillance footage yelling, "I'm sorry," numerous times, followed by "Please don't." No, numerous times. Blake also yelled, I'm a kid, only 12, multiple times. Police previously said the man now identified as Lewis performed CPR on Blake after shooting. So, with that context,
he going to jail.
He going to jail. Hey, in the court of law, either who that is, yeah, either man. In that what he just read, you notice they said the car reversed. That's in a defense motion. The man that had the gun, they was trying to get away. But guess what happened? It don't matter. But guess what? The shooter went in the offensive motion. He went forward. Self-defense, not offense. You best to know the law because you cannot advance on a person.
Don't buy
you can't advance on a person. No, I don't sell classes. No, I don't sell classes. Guess what? I stay in the great state of Mississippi where we operate and we deal with guns freely as we want. We shoot in the background yards and across the field and over the streets and whatever. And the police don't bother us. They encourage us to get gun license. He operated in a offensive motion. And whenever you have a gun, you supposed to move in a reverse motion because if the camera on any Starbucks or whatever see you chase, what would have happened
is nobody.
Look, say for instance,
he didn't chase nobody.
What Aaron just read said he went out there, he went towards the action. Instead of getting in the safety of his home and defending his own life by hiding. The first thing of survival is to hide, run. You run first, then fight.
I'm not agreeing.
This is your boy, Aaron. This is your boy. You get in the closet and hide with your kids.
No. That's what they say.
But DC,
No,
DC is
no,
not a
no.
stand your ground state. DC is not a stand your ground state though. That's for
That's
sure.
why
Well,
you
not-
need to
DC
run
just
the
got a
capital is not
concealed
stand
5
ground.
years ago.
But listen, but down
It's
here,
done in
Yes,
DC.
down
and
here,
that-
in a lot of
and
places,
it's hard to get a concealed carry in DC. It's not just easy. You can't
Yeah,
just
it's a
easily
look,
get
scam.
one.
look,
See,
in the
but
state of
this
It's
Mississippi,
done.
look,
this is
in
why
the
y'all
state of
guys would have been
Mississippi,
horrible lawyers, because y'all keep trying to point at a picture that
No.
have nothing to do with the killing. You want to talk about the
Look.
car. You want to talk about the robbery. We're only talking about the incident of him shooting the kid.
Yeah,
the
he's
guy
smoking. He's going to jail.
the guy that okay, based on what
Just
okay.
talk about that.
Based
How
on what
can
he
you
said,
prove?
okay,
Hold on,
the
Hart.
guy,
Let me
the
ask you
little
a
kid
question.
was
Hart.
shot in what state?
Let me ask
What
you the
state he was
question
shot
first,
in?
Hart. Hart, without talking about that other stuff, how can you prove without doubt that he was not in fear of his life?
Hey,
How can I
man,
prove
The man
without
stepped
doubt?
outside of this
Please let
property.
Hart
Because
answer.
he walked,
that's a weak
because he
ass
walked his
argument.
dumb ass
prove it,
out.
bro.
He
Let
walked
Hart
his
answer
ass
the
outside of a
question.
goddamn brick
I'm
building.
trying to let me
with a
answer your
gate.
question, E-Man. Let me answer your
What
question,
else could the
E-Man.
E-man,
kid
I
have
can
Look,
shoot
done?
stepped
anybody in
outside of his
sales and fear my life. What's your point?
Because you
What else?
walked
Hold on,
outside
quick.
of your home
E-Man, the
with a
man
gate
stepped
around
out.
it.
Exactly.
What
Exactly.
else
He
could
stepped
the
outside
kid
his
have
property.
done?
He does
You
not
wasn't
own what he
scared.
was standing on.
Other than say what he did.
You
Other
was
than
in a
say,
concrete
I
barrier.
can't hear all y'all talking at one
what
time.
I'm asking E is, what else could the kid have done other than run towards him, say, "Hey, don't shoot. I'm a child. I'm a 12-year-old." He did everything he was supposed to do not to get killed. To be
Ran the
honest
other
with you,
direction.
Hey, E-man, was George Zimmerman innocent? Did he fear for his life?
I don't know. I really don't.
That
How
what the
about the
white
dudes that
folks
killed
said.
Rashad Marbury?
That what them white folks said.
They
That's
were
so blow
chasing
your
him down
horn
because they
now.
were scared of him, right?
That what them white folks said.
I don't know.
That what
All
them white
right,
folks
guys.
said.
All right, wow.
Are we really gonna do this, E-man?
I
That's what
don't
we're really
know.
doing.
Listen, see, because this
This what we're
idea.
really doing.
Let me answer your question, Scam Likely, because you scamming
This
over
is
here
what we're
tonight.
really doing.
Listen, the idea of us saying, "Hey, is Freezy in fear of his life?" It is my opinion. I don't know if Freezy's in fear of his life. It's
Your
100%
opinion gonna
on
get that ass
Freezy.
locked up, and you
that's
know
why
it.
they got. That's why they got laws.
Every murder, somebody can say, "Man, I was scared, man." Come
You
on.
know why people get locked up? Because they don't say they were scared. They try to go to court and they try to
Man,
act
that
hard.
man is going to jail.
Yeah, he's
Man,
going
No,
to
they
jail
go
for
to
not
court and they
murder.
be black. That's
No,
why they be getting
so hold
locked
on.
up.
I want y'all to understand. I believe that he's going to jail. I think he's going to get he's
Then
going
why
to
are
get
you
charged.
defending him?
He going to jail.
Listen.
He going to jail.
I believe that he's going to get charged. He's going to get charged with disarming his weapon unlawfully. I think those things are true.
Discharging.
Hold on. Listen, what I don't think he's going to be charged with is manslaughter. I mean, I don't think he's going to get second-degree murder. He was charged with second-degree murder, and I don't think it's going to stand in.
This is second-degree murder. That's what it is.
Hold on. Let me finish.
He for sure
I
get
don't think.
manslaughter.
Listen, I don't think second-degree murder, what he was charged with, is going to stand up in court because we can't prove in Yahweh's that he did not fear his life.
Man,
Based off this conversation.
It's not him proving not.
Stepped
He said he
outside
has
his
to prove that
property.
he
That's the
did.
issue, bro. He stepped outside
this
Man,
is
his
this
done.
black
property.
on black
He does
crime. They
not.
finna put an example.
He
They
did not
finna
own
make
it.
an example out of
Yeah.
him. This is black
And
on
y'all
black
gotta
crime.
throw
They
that.
finna make an
Just like
example.
in
Somehow you
Memphis.
gotta
I don't
make it
care what
about
Just like
y'all
black.
in
saying.
Memphis. No cap.
They're gonna
Just
make
like
it
in
about
Memphis.
how many of y'all doing whatever y'all got to do to each other. So they gonna
Come
make
on
it
now.
bad on them while they still going to get
what
their
it looked
concealed
like.
Always
carry
come back to
license.
black and white.
That's
You
all
know
it
what
is.
it looked like he
That's
was
all it's
doing.
gonna come back to.
You know what
That's
it
what
looked like he was
that's what
doing
it's
in the
about.
entrance. It looked like he was.
Always got to throw the
It
black
looked like
and
he
black
was
and
just
white.
trying to pick off some
That
niggas.
man getting murder charge.
That's
That's
what
for
it
sure.
looked like. It looked like he was just trying to pick off some niggas from the comforts of his entrance of by the red brick wall. He was
Murder
just
agent.
trying to pick off some niggas. That's
You
what he
said
was doing.
the comfort of his red bricks.
Yeah,
No cap.
red brick.
He stepped outside
He
them
was hanging
bricks.
out there. Look, no cap. He was hanging out that gate like Sam on Friday. Could you please
Yep.
stay off my grass?
He the man,
Exactly.
he the man hated how fast y'all answered that question. He was like, how can you prove that he wasn't scared? Yeah, because he stepped outside his gate.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to Overdrive. It's been another complex show. I appreciate you guys being here. I'm gonna give you my final thoughts. Shout out to my panel. I appreciate y'all. But I'm not about to keep arguing with y'all all night because some of y'all goddamn crazy. All right. Me and Freezy the only ones. Me, Freezy, and podcast. The rest of y'all, okay. The key to this stream is that a young child lost his life at the end of the day. I see a young child. The rest of y'all did exactly what I said y'all would do. Turn him into a man. It's sickening and it's shameful that you guys are so lost that y'all don't realize y'all gonna do this. They've really won this war by putting these thoughts in our minds that young black boys are no longer boys. If you pick up a weapon, automatically morphin powers, you're an adult. It doesn't work like that. You can be a child that don't necessarily understand the gravity of their actions. Just even if you're doing something that what you would say adults do, children are still children. And it's unfortunate that the suffering that men have to go through, children have to go through, and young males have to go through is usually what causes death in jail. It's unfortunate. It really, really is. I had to challenge my own biases for this particular episode because naturally I'm like, 4 a.m., what's going on? And then I realized, I'm part of the problem. I don't even have the ability to be like, that's just a boy. That's just a boy. Because everything in me says, from what I've been indoctrinated to and the experience is like, no. I had to fight back. Before I even did the stream, I had to put myself in the mind to understand it's a child. It's a child. And the sad part is I knew exactly, shout out to podcast because he get it. I knew what everybody else was going to do. Let's make him a man. Well, if he pick a weapon, that's a man. I don't see a child no more. Every aspect. It's hard because now I got to go back to the drawing board, which is my brain, and really push through this and figure out, whoa, why do we even think this way? Why do our minds always jump to find a scenario in which to remove the humanity of a child and make them a man? That's what they did. I wanted to highlight so you guys can see this the whole time. That's what they did every chance they got. That's what they did. Well, we don't have children no more. We don't have no black boys. Y'all don't know what being a child is anymore. If you ain't 5 years old in kindergarten up to about 3rd or 4th grade, you done. You done. You're not a child no more. Men won't give it to you because men are ruthless and harsh to other men. So they're not going to give you the opportunity. They're not going to give you a chance. So I got a lot to thinking to do. I appreciate y'all being here. I don't know how we keep pushing the conversation forward, keep raising awareness, and keep fighting for these young boys that need protection. Whether you think they deserve it or not, they need it because it's clear as day that y'all don't see them that way. And if y'all don't see them that way as people that look like them, society not going to do it, the court system not going to do it, and nobody else is going to do it. We'll be back at it again because I'm not going to give up the fight. I'm not going to stop pushing this narrative. I'm not going to stop letting y'all take away their humanity. I'm not. Thank y'all for being here. We appreciate y'all. Thank you for everybody that always supports the stream. Means a lot, as always. But I don't know what to say. I'll be at a loss for words. I'll be doing my best to stay in the moment to have these conversations, but it's tough. It's tough knowing y'all look at that little 13-year-old boy and say, I'm going to find a way to make him a man. And I can't even be mad at y'all because y'all really believe this stuff. Y'all really believe this stuff. Y'all really believe that you automatically morph from being a child to an adult if you do something that adults are more viewed as doing. I see a child doing things that they shouldn't do. It's still a child. So I hope that you guys challenge your biases. I hope that you continue to try to change the narrative. Try to fight for the young boys that still need fighting for, although I know y'all don't. I know it's hard for y'all to do. So I'm going to do it. And it's not going to be nice. It's going to be ugly. Mother's going to be mad because they will feel attacked. But it is what it is. I wanted to highlight that mother because he grew up in that home under her. I wanted y'all to see what a lot of the rest of these men, what they tell y'all don't have no idea what it's like to be a boy and got to be the man. It costs you your life. It costs you your life. A lot of these boys are dying young. Don't even get to C-15. Some of them don't even get to have sex. They die. Y'all really just don't know how deep this is. I appreciate y'all. I'll see y'all on the next one.